Alright, welcome to Bikas web channel. My name is Bikas and I'm here back again with another video. This video is something I have been developing for a month, and this video is going to be a little bit longer than my average videos. In this video, we will be building from the very scratch a full stack project that will be generating a short URL. Okay, to give you idea, we have some design here in Figma, and we have some flow diagram, we have some color and a little bit of branding, not so much but enough to get you started, and then some user model and URL model. Everything will be done with a mobile first approach, and then we'll be also having a dashboard or desktop view. So everything will be almost identical to what if you were working in a real life project. This is how the final project will look like. So we'll have a login screen. If you are directly in the URL, it will redirect you to login, and then you can sign up. If you don't have account already, you can also log in. And if we log in with one of the account here, we have this kind of approach. You can go to dashboard, you can also go to profile here, you can even edit your profile, you can change your avatar, you can cancel it obviously, and then you can go to dashboard here. You can add URL here. For example, we have Google here, and this is a short URL of that, and if you copy and paste this URL here, it will redirect you to the original URL, and that is Google. We'll have, let's say, this URL here, and then you want to create a new short URL. Let's say this is your pixel. You generate it, and then you already have this. You can just go here, copy this, and then here you can just paste it, and it will redirect you to whatever the original URL it is. You can also edit this, you can update it, you can cancel it. If you update something from, let's say, pixel to updated value, then it will be updated, and you can see the change here. The state will be updated there. You can also delete this, and this will be gone. And now if you refresh this, that is gone forever. In the backend part, we will be using Node, Express and Mongoose, and as you can see here in the screen, we have different kind of API endpoint. So we will be doing all the CRUD action here. Similarly, we will be also assessing or generating SS token with JWT, and then we will be verifying those, giving different kind of secrets here, expiry thing and everything, which we will be using also in the front end. So that's what we will be doing in the back end. There will be middlewares and everything. Similarly, in the front end, we will be using React, and then for state management, we will be using MobX. We will be dealing with React router, different kind of protective route and public routes, authentication, saving token in local storage, assessing it, deleting it, and so on. If you are currently in the process of learning front-end development or full stack development, especially with React or JavaScript framework, and in backend with Node, whatever I will be doing in this video, then after this video, after this project, if you follow from the very beginning until the end, if you understand all the concept that I will be delivering in this video, if you finish this project and if you include this project in your portfolio, it will definitely give you advantage over many others when you will be applying for your very first job. So buckle up, subscribe my channel, hit the like button, get ready to have a fully functional full stack or mono stack project. Also join to my Discord channel and let's support each other there. I will also answer your question there. You will get all the important and necessary link in the description. With that being said, let's start this exciting journey. The first part of the video, we will be dealing with backend part, and when I say backend, we will be dealing with Node as well as MongoDB, so that you can send a request with original URL and you will get back short URL, and then if you enter that short URL, you will be redirected to the original URL. Okay, so that's what we will be dealing with. So before we proceed, let's have a quick look with Figma here. So the final product or the final project will be with all this logging screen and so on, with all the dashboard and the way to make or edit all these links, as well as also there is a dashboard view and the desktop view, and there is a mobile view. However, first let's start for the backend or server part. So first let's go through the high level flow. So how does exactly it work, especially in the server side. So we'll send original URL. Okay, there will be more description, but main idea is there will be original URL will enter or user will enter, and we'll check if that exists. If it exists, then we will return a short URL for it, and then our program will end, or the process, the flow will end. If not, we will generate URL code, so that will be those short code, and then we will store it in DB. And if the storing in DB, in our case MongoDB, is successful, then we will return this 201 that is created, and then end. Okay, so we will also return some response there, as well as if in case there are any errors, then we will also show user maybe the possible error, and then we will end. So that's how you enter URL generation. And then there is also for short URL redirection. So this is a case where you already have generated short URL and you are entering that how to redirect it to original link. So for that we'll enter, so someone will send a request to certain URL with the short URL, and then we will search in DB and see if that if URL code exists. If it exists, we will also increase our counter. So if you see in our design here, we even have a visit count, so that's what we will be dealing with. So we'll do that, and then we'll redirect to original link. Okay, but if it does not exist, then we will show 404 it's not found, and then we will end. So that's the flow. To start, I have this in my Because web GitHub. There is an easy link application. It's a public repo, so you can just clone this. And remember, I have a couple of branches, so this will be a fresh start. So if you want to follow along with me, then use this fresh start, because this master and tutorial branch will be already full of codes by the time you will be seeing this, because I will be dealing with this tutorial branch. Okay, so this is just a typical setup, and then there are client that is create React application with TypeScript, and then server that is Node and Express with TypeScript, and we will add rest of the thing as we go. Okay, so here we are inside our VS Code, and you can see the same folder structure, easy link application. There is a client, there is a server, and then client we will not deal with it in this video, but we will be dealing with server. Okay, so first thing first, if you see, we have to set up our MongoDB. Okay, and before that, let's jump into server. I'll just clear it, and then I think there should be something called dev. Okay, so first we need to do an install, and before that we will install some dependencies. So the first one being, let's just do that, and that will be Mongoose, because that's what we are going to do with MongoDB. And then there is another something generate password. So this is what we are going to use for creating short URL code. Alright, so those are installed. So now let's just do an install, and it's already installed. Okay, so the next one is dev, and we have our 5001 port started. So if we go to Postman and we do a get, and so we have localhost. Okay, so let's send request. Okay, so it says cannot get, maybe because we have nothing there. So let's go to our SRC. So yes, we have server running, but we don't have any route or any setup. So the next thing, let's go and let's create a couple of folders. Okay, so the first folder will be config, where we will have all our configuration related, such as database and so on. Next one will be modals. So the modals is where we will have all our database schema and so on. So that modal is what will be used to give the database shape we want. And then we will have another, and that will be routes, because to handle all our routes, in our case for now, for this video, we will have URL route, but later we'll also have user route. Okay, so and then the next one will be services. So okay, sorry, should not done it there, but inside here, Okay, let's go and let's have services, and then the services is basically just a practice. Usually I do it so that everything that is interacting with the database, with our models and everything, we will do in services. Okay, and then the last one for now will be types. We might create a controller, but let's see how we will deal with that later. Okay, so now we have config, models, routes, services, types. Types will be everything that we will be typing with. So because this is a TypeScript file, so we want everything type defined. Okay, so the first thing, let's go with a config. Okay, and before that, I'll tell you, in the server root folder you can use this. Okay, so we have port 501, and then also I will write Mongo URL, and this is where you will be entering your MongoDB URL, which consists of the username or admin name or whatever, and then password, and then the server name. Okay, so in my case I have this MongoDB and then the server // so here you will be using your database username, and then here you will be using your password, so whatever password you will get some kind of this format, and then here you can use localhost and then the port number where your MongoDB is, or whatever URL you have for MongoDB. So that's all you need to do. You need to create a .env file, and that actually should be in the root folder. So I have it in the wrong. I'll just move it, so it should be in the same where we have a .env example. Okay, so I moved this .env here outside. So the next is we'll go here and we'll go to config, and we'll just create a file called db-config, or we can just have db, and this will be also TypeScript file. So let's go inside our config file, and then I'll just copy paste this. So what this does, okay, so let's go and see. So we have something, we have imported Mongoose from Mongoose, and this strict query false. I did it because there was some issue with the versioning and so on. And then the next one is we just have created this function called dbconnect, which is async function, and we have a try catch. So let's override. So what it says, okay, so it says it does not exist in something, so let's just remove this for now, and this also does not exist. Okay, we may add it later. So we just have, like, if it's connected, we'll say db connected. If it will show us any error message that will be caught. Okay, so now let's go to our application here, and then we can import db config from config file, and then db. Then this is a function, so we need to call that function. Actually, let's just have the proper name. So we want that db connect to run after our server runs. So somewhere here, okay, so db connect, and then we do that, and if everything is good, like you see here, it says database is connected. So that means we have successfully connected to MongoDB. In our case, this is in Mongo Atlas. In your case, it can be in localhost and so on. Okay, so the first part is done. We have now server running, and it is now connected to the database. So the next part is we'll create a route. Okay, so let's go to our route here, and inside the route folder I will create one index.ts. So okay, so the reason why I'm creating this index.ts is because I just want that all the routes we will have, so in our case we will have URL and user route, but in your actual application you may have a lot of multiple routes. So I want to import all those in index and then use that index as a main route. You will understand what I meant by it. So for now, let's just go to import something from Express, and that something will be router. Okay, this will give us routing option. Then we can have an instance of it, so router. And then what we can do is we can say router.use, and then whatever we want. In our case, we have URL. Okay, and then for now we can have something. Don't worry, later I will actually give the proper type definition and everything, but for now it's just for testing, so I'm not going to do anything. Let's just say 200, and then we'll use something called send. Okay, in that case I will do router.get. Okay, so we need to use this somewhere. So to use this, we can go to our main app.ts, and then we can import it. So let's go here, and under this I want to import from our routes. Okay, then we want to use it somewhere, so we already have app, so let's go after DB connection. So we can use initiate router, and we can even have some pattern. So let's just first now do app.use, and you can just do something like this here, and then give base router, and that is okay. So when we have this, we are getting some issue here, and it says base router. Okay, so there is some problem, and that is we have to export this router here, and now we have exported, so everything good. So if everything is good, then we should be able to send a GET request to URL. So let's go here, and then I just do URL. It says hello because. So our whole routing process is good. However, I have this one practice that I usually follow, and you don't have to, but the idea is I would like to give API here, and then if I have API, obviously this route will not be called. So, and the reason is, and then I will always like to give all the routes here will use so API. So that is example will be. The reason why I do this is sometimes we might want to have different kind of approach or different kind of API versioning and so on, so it's better to have this one extra option. Okay, but as I said, it's not necessary. So now we have to go here, and then we have to add API here, and if I do something like this, you see you get hello because. Okay, so we have already created the first route. And then there is also one more thing I usually do, and that is I like to print all the route calling. For this, all I'm going to do is I'm going to just do app.use, and then it will have, you can see something, and then request, and that will be request type, and then we will have response, and that will be the response type, and then there is something called next, and that is next function, and what it does. So first thing, we need to import from here request and response. So you know, for all of our route call, when we are making request, we have request, which we can get a lot of things inside this request, and then we have response, that is when we get a request we can respond something back. Okay, just like how we were responding hello because here with the status code. Okay, that is something. And then there is a next, and that is sometimes we may not want to respond, but we may want to pass this to other route calls or other stuffs, and it's super useful in middleware, but we are going to use this also here. So I have this console log. I'm just giving it route call. I have a template string, and then we have requested method that tells us if it is a get method, post method, or other type of methods. And then we are also doing a request original URL, so it tells us what is the original call made, and then there is a next function. Okay, so once we save this, so now if we go here, if I make a call, you will see it says route call, and the type of the route was get, and then it was called /API/URL. Okay, so this is something just for a better debugging later. I just wanted to show you this one. Okay, so the next thing, we already have router here, so we want to actually go and do something in our model, and let's go here and let's call it URL model. Okay, and that will be TS. So now this is the time we actually do something with our modeling, with our Mongoose. So first thing, let's go and let's have Mongoose from Mongoose. Okay, and then the next thing is we will create URL schema. Okay, it's just a name because this is URL model, so I call it URL schema. And we will use something from Mongoose, and then it has a schema, and inside the curly bracket it takes all the characteristics of your database. So what I mean by characteristics are all these. So we have these items, so let's just go and paste it here. So I will go here and have ID. That is not needed because, as I said, MongoDB automatically does that. So the next one is we want URL code, and then you need to define the type. So the type will be a string. Remember, for Mongoose we need this capital string, unlike normal TypeScript where you can also type the smaller one. And we want this to be true because for each of the link we are saving, we want that it has a URL code, and we also want this to be unique because we don't want that for two different original URL we have the same URL code. Okay, so the next one is original link. So actually let's just duplicate this. Then here we can have original link. Okay, and then original link type will be string, required is true because that's what we are anyway dealing with, these URLs. And then we also want that to be unique, just because if you see here in our flow, if it already exists we are returning it, so we are not letting a duplicate of same URL. Okay, some people might do it, some people might let it. It's our decision, and we decided not to. Okay, the next one is name, and then name is also type string, and we can say, do we want required? We don't want this to be required because it's okay if you want to have it. If not, actually in our UI we can even, so instead of original URL or name, we can even show original URL or whatever, but we don't want that. Name should be mandatory. Okay, so every time we create something it will automatically be there. However, we will also have something called updated it, and for this specific need we may not need it, at least in our UI we don't have anything to do with. We just have added date, but we don't have updated date. But it's just a practice that I usually follow, that if in future we want to know that when was the last link updated or so on, or when was the last link SS, it's up to us, we can use those. But for now I'll just keep it there, and then let's delete these. Okay, so we have a pretty nice schema, and then all I need to do is I have to export default this, and then there is Mongoose. Remember, we are modeling here, and then we can give the name of model to, and then we have URL schema. So this way we have our model, and whenever you are using it in a MongoDB in the collection of URL, that's what we will have here. It will have all these fields plus of course ID. Okay, so now we have model. The next is we want to go and we want to have our post route for post request. Before that, let's go to our services folder, and then here we can have URL services. Okay, and the reason why I'm having this URL services is, you see, we have a base router URL, and then we will have a new router called URL router here, and that router will actually handle everything, and instead of this we will actually use that URL router from there. So that's what we will be dealing with. And then inside that URL router we will have a post route where we will be getting all these values you like from the request, and then after that our route or our URL route will forward some steps which services will handle. Okay, so let's go here, and we want import from URL model because that's what we need. And then first let's just create, so we want to create services, so we can just export const and create URL, or yeah, we can call it create URL, and we will have a code. And then for now I will give any, but soon we will define the types. And then we will have try and catch. Okay, and here we will have const URL is new, we have that model there, and then we will pass payload. Okay, and then we will do await. Actually we can just do let here, then we can have URL is await URL so first we have this URL, which is an instance that uses this model, and our payload needs to be also the thing that we are expecting, all the required thing, it needs to have it. And then we are just saving it and then also attaching it in the same variable so that we will get the ID and everything, and then we are returning URL. Okay, and if there is something, we'll just create an error and we'll throw it. Okay, so this is our create service. Later we also have a get service, but for now let's just have a create service. Okay, and this is not necessary, like you can import this URL directly to your route or anything, or even your controller and so on, and then you can directly use it. But it's just that if you have multiple things to do, if you want to create hashes and you know, there can be so many things you are doing here, in that case you can always have this function so that you don't have to repeat the same thing again and again. For example, even in this case we have all these try catch everything, so we don't want to repeat it, we just want to call this function and pass the payload. So before we move on to next, I would like to create a type, and usually I just want to create index. That's my way of doing it. Some people do it, some people don't. Same with routes. You can have index.ts, and then you can also have another type, and that is called URL types. So this is completely not necessary, you can directly import things from URL type, but it's just, as I said, my practice. So here I have to do export type, and I can say URL payload type, and then here let's go to our module here. So all the required thing are URL code, original link name is, and this visit count is actually not. So okay, so what we can do is we can have URL code, and that is string. Then we can also have and then we have name, that is string, but that's not mandatory. So this is the payload that we are expecting here. And then here what I can do is export everything from URL type. So that way, anywhere we want, we can just import URL payload type. Okay, so you see it imported from types, and I can do something like this, so that the more thing you keep on adding and then you will just export from index, all you need to do is just use this one import, and then you can have multiple import here instead of having import from URL type, import from some other thing. So that's just the practice. Then so we have these, and then we may want to check one thing here. So okay, so we will do some more thing here. So we have like payload. So if we don't have payload dot, okay, so URL payload type, probably we don't want URL payload type, we don't want like URL code there. So if we don't have original link, then we just want to throw error, and we can say missing and then this is something that actually already in the route level you can use some external validating, and you can validate everything such as email, and if it contains only string or does it contain some like query or something. So you can use those kind of validator, but in this case we are just going to use only this. And then here I can also do one more thing. Let's import this from generate password, and we just give this idea. So here what we can do is we can create a URL code, and that can use this one, and then you can pass how long you want. You can have a 6 or 8. So I will just do 8. Do you want numbers? And that is true, we don't mind with numbers. And then do you want uppercase? We want, so something is here. Okay, so we have length, and we can even have uppercase. So this is our URL code, and then what we do is URL code is will pass that URL code. So this way, for every request we are creating a URL code and we are saving that. So I think this should do. So with that, now you see why we needed this function, because we don't want to do all this thing in route. So let's go to our routes here, and then inside the route we'll create something called URL router, and then I'll import couple of things. So one is this from Express, just like earlier, and then we will have also we will import modal, just like this. Okay, and then we will also import our services. So okay, and that will be create URL. Okay, so that is done. Same thing we do. So we have express.router, or we can actually directly even create router from here. So let's just do like that. In that case, we can just do router here, and then we go with our first post route. So remember, we will be using this inside URL. So the slash means the URL, and then we will have async. Request will be type request, response will be type response, and then we do something here. And now at this point, this is a place where you may want to have a middleware to validate things, so that you are exactly getting things that you are expecting and nothing else. For example, in case of user email, you are getting email in the email valid format. If it is something we are expecting in number, then it should be number, and so on, you know, so that we are not getting anything else. That's up to you. I'm not going to deal with validation in this entire project. Maybe just a basic way of checking it, but not exactly validating it. But that's very important, and you know how to do it. Also, there is another approach, and I've seen it in multiple places. So instead of doing everything here now inside router, just like services, we can also have something called controller. And the idea would be that inside services, we will only do one thing that is related to calling and deleting everything with our databases. However, for example, we had this URL code, and there can be many other logic that we want to make sure everything is handled before we are calling this function. So in that case, there is a practice of using controller. For this small project, I'm not going to do it, but you can do it. And in that case, you will have a separate thing called controller, and then instead of calling all this, you will just say route. For example, create URL controller, and that will be somewhere in controller folder, and that will already get all the request, response, everything, and you do everything, even validation and so on. However, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do everything here in the route. Okay. All right. So the next thing we want to do is, if you go here and if you see in the flow, so we will get original URL, and if the URL exists, so we have that case to handle. And for that, I can write here to do. You can move this to a separate controller. Okay, so but we are not going to do it. So we will get something from request.body. I told you this request has body, it has params, it has methods, and so on. Okay, so that's the request type. Then we are getting something from body, and that body will be what, for example, for the post request. So let's go here, and then for the post request, we can use body here, and we can say form data. Actually, we can go and do JSON here. So we can pass something from here, and that will be caught in this body. So we will be at least expecting original link. I'm just making sure that we don't have mismatch with things. So in the type, we have original link, and then in the modal, we have original link. Okay, that's good. So we have original link, and if we have original link, we can try to do something. So if we have original link, we'll do something else we will do something. Okay, so that's the case. So if there is nothing, we can even show them like a bad request, or yeah, so that they are not sending us things that we need. So because we are at least expecting original link. Okay, and then the next one is, if we have original link, then still there are few questions. So first, I'm going to add try and catch. Okay, since this is async, we want to catch things and so on. So first thing is we want to see if we have URL, or actually if URL exists already or data exists. We can even call it data, up to us, but just for the sake I will call URL or URL data. So let's just sort. So let's try to find, because we have already this modal, and then we can just say find one, and then here we can pass original link. So you see, this is what I was telling you, that we can already directly use this, so we don't need this kind of services. However, there are all these extra things we might want to do, and services are helpful. Okay, so the idea is we want to make sure that this original link does not exist already. If it exists, so if we have URL data, okay, there are a lot of if and else. Of course you can have some other way to deal with, but I don't mind having this if and else, at least in this case, having this kind of like guard ways, first checking if it doesn't exist and throwing. I don't like that approach in many cases, because this kind of code are easier to read, at least when you don't have so many nested. In this case we have one if, another if, maybe we'll have one more, and that's it. Okay, so URL data. So if we have that, all we want to do is, okay, so this is up to us, but if the data exists, we may not want to redirect those people directly to that, but we just want to tell them that something exists, and that will be useful later in our application. So when someone tries to enter this new URL and edit, then we can say that this already exists, so we can show it in UI. So we are not using this to redirect, but just to tell them that you already have this link. Okay, so for that we can just use JSON, and then we can just pass URL data. Okay, so that's the case if it exists. If it does not, and then we go to this our flow. So if it does not exist, then we are going with this. So in that case we can still use the same variable, and then we can just say await, and we can use this create URL, and then we can pass request.body. Or we can even just have const data. So now if we have data, we will call to1 that's created, and then we will pass the data. If not, so we still have catch here, and we want to see what is the error, and then if you have some logger, you can use that logger instead to log it, and then we have status. For now let's just give this, because most probably it's not user's fault, of course, and we can say alright. So now you saw that we have actually created a post route. We still have one more thing to do, because we have this route, but we need to add this in our index route here, and that's what I was telling you. So we can call URL router. So let's go here, import URL router from URL router, and then you can use this here. Okay, it seems like we haven't export anything like earlier. Okay, this is wrong. Alright, so anything related to URL, we will do all the post, get, update, anything we want, we will do inside this. And this route, as I said, this you could directly use this here. So instead of API and base router, you can have, we can do something like app.use, and then we have API, and then we can do URL, and then we can have URL router here, and that also works. But as I said, we don't want to import so many things in application, but we want to do that in individual file here in router, and that's why I'm using this index in many places. As you see, I use that also in type here. I did that. We could actually also do it in services. We can have index here, and then all this file we can actually import there and then export from there. So we could use it like that, but I think this is okay for services. So if we go to Postman, let's try to create a post request and let's see what we get. Okay, so we don't get anything. It says 404 not found. Okay, I think the reason here is I should not do get there, I should do use there, because we do the get and everything inside here. Okay, so now let's go here. Okay, so it says missing required parameters, and that's true because we are not passing anything in original link. So let's go, and here we can open something like this, original link, and then this will be, let's just write google.com test. So okay, it still says missing required parameters, and let's see why. Okay, so if we go to URL services, I think it's coming from here, or it's coming from here. Okay, so at least okay, so let's have a debugger here. I don't know if our debugger is actually working. Seems like it's not working properly if we don't have original link. So let's see if we have typo, and we do have typo. Okay, so internal server error, and that means we are getting here somewhere. Okay, so it means something is happening. So alright, so I had to debug a bit, and all I did is await here, and because of that it was going here, obviously, because without await these are async action, because it's calling DB and so on, so it might take some time, and that's why we were not having any result. However, now I call it and we have something. So you can see we have ID that usually we get from MongoDB itself, and then we have URL code. This is exactly what we wanted, and then we have original link, and then we have visit count, which is 0 by default, and so on. All right, so if I do the same, I should be still getting exactly the same one, because that's what, and it seems like no. Okay, so we might have some issue here, because if we pass the same original link, we should be getting the same URL. So seems like we have some issue here. So we will try to get URL data by passing that, and if we have data, then we are sending the response of that data. If not, we'll create URL, and then we are passing that data. So here we have 200. Okay, so that means we are actually getting back the same data, otherwise it should create. So just remember, we have GKL at the last, and we still have GKL at the last. Yeah, that's true. So this is, and then the ID is 799 at the end, and ID is 799 at the end. So this is working as we want it. Okay, and there is a small thing that I want. This ID I don't want with underscore, and then I don't want this versioning. So there's a way to remove that, and for that we need to go here in the modal, and I just have something that you can copy paste. So you can get it in the docs, or you can even Google it, how to remove the versioning and so on. And for that, there is this thing. I just basically copy pasted. So you are schema this. So virtual's true, version key, we will remove it, and then we will transform, and we will take this reference ID. So now if I save this, I go here, if I do this, you see we have all the thing we want. Obviously it's not increasing visit count, and that is because we are not increasing the visit count for already exist one. We are only increasing when someone enters and we redirect them. Okay, so that's the reason, and it's done according to how we want it. All right, I think one more thing we might want, or probably we can even add that from the front end, because if we have this, when we are showing it in the front end in this kind of table here, so we can add this UI URL there itself in the front end, so we don't need to do anything here. However, let's go and let's handle the get mode. Okay, get, so the reason is get URL by URL code. We can even have it with ID, but we don't deal with ID here, we deal mainly with, so we just want URL code, and that is a string. And then what we want, usually in TypeScript, it's also good practice that you write here what you are returning, and I'm not doing it now, but it's a good practice to do that. So we have a string, and then we will add try catch here. So, and then we are not going to test this URL code because it's a mandatory and we need it. So what we can do is we can have data, and we already have a bad practice. Somewhere we are calling it URL, somewhere we are calling it data, but it really doesn't matter. So we want data, and then the data is await, and then URL dot find one. We cannot use find by ID because we are using it with URL code here. So if we have data, if we don't have data, then we can throw error. We can say bad request, or we can even say not found, but I think this is okay because we will already do it in route here, that it does not exist or something. Okay, so we'll just send a bad request here. Actually would be good to send 404. For now I'm just gonna do this, and then if we have data, so if we go after this, that means we have data, then we want to do two things. First is data dot visit count is data dot visit count plus 1. That is what we want. And then we actually also want to save data. We can actually we have to save this, we have to update this. So first data dot update data. I don't know if this will exactly work, we'll see. And the reason I'm not adding await async is we don't need to wait that. Okay, but that because we want to return the data as soon as possible to the user. However, we want to catch something, and that is we want to also console log error here, and then we just want error. Okay, so let's see if this works. If not, we'll modify it. So we'll go here, then here router.get, and then we want URL code, and then here we are using this service, so that is get URL by URL code, get URL by URL code. Okay, so okay, I think that's not going to work, and that should not work because that's our controller way. So here I'm going to copy this one, and then I'm going to paste this, and then close this. So what we want is we want URL code, and that comes from request.params.url code, because we are getting this here. And same thing also in front end, when you have a router or something set up, we always define this, and whatever we define this, we can get that as a splitted from params, and then that will be URL code. You can just even say code, whatever. In some case we might need ID, in that case we can get that ID. So this is URL code. And then so the URL code. So if we don't have URL code, we actually already want to response status, and here we want to say bad request, because we want that there needs to be something after slash. Okay, so the next one is, if we have a URL code, what we want to do is, now we want to have try catch, and then here we want to have const, actually, yeah, so we want data here, and data will be await, and then get. Okay, and if we have data, we want to do status 301, that is redirection, and then link. So that's what we can do, and we are getting some issue here. Okay, and I was kind of expecting that, and I think it does have original link. Okay, is it so? Oh no, I think its problem is here. So after 301 we have to say redirect and then pass that. So I think we have good. So the idea how this should work is like in our flow chart here. So someone is now entering the short URL. Okay, so the short URL will be our domain name slash the URL code, and then it will search in the DB. If it does not exist, it will return 404. In our case, we are returning something else. We have to handle that. We can handle that. But if it exists, it will count +1, and then it will redirect here. Actually, this count +1 I can even write somewhere here because it doesn't apply here. But anyway, you got the idea. So let's go here. Then let's try here. So first thing first, I'm gonna make still this request. Okay, so we have this URL. So this one, I will go to the get one, and then we still need that, and then I will paste this. So if everything goes good, I think we should do it from somewhere else than Postman here, because every request we do in URL in browser is actually everything we do here in browser is a get request. So if I send this, it should actually take us to the original link, and you see it does. So it redirected us to the original link. Let's see what happens if we do this here. Okay, so we actually got 404 not found. And why is that? So it says us 404 not found, maybe because it doesn't let us redirect from here. However, from here it does. So let's try one more URL. So let's say we have now a new URL, and that is facebook.com. So now this thing should change because we will have a different ID, and it did. So now I can copy this, and then I go here, and this is what I was talking about, base URL, because in reality you will have your domain name, something like, let's say bickass.com, and then slash, and then this code, and then when they enter it will take them to the original URL. So this is what I actually want to sort something that has pretty long URL. Okay, so this has pretty long URL, and we might not remember this, or our user, or if you are sending someone text message or something, they might not remember this, or if you are sharing in Twitter, Facebook, they might not remember this. So let's convert this URL. This is actually also a way to check it if it supports this sort of long URL. Okay, now let's send it. Okay, so we have original URL, and then we have sort. So we got our sort from here. Then I will just go to localhost, and then this last one I will paste here. If I go, you see it will redirect us to this one. So this way our first part of this project is done. So we are here in the VS Code Studio project, and here we have a client and we have server, and we have already done something in server, and that will be there. However, now we will deal mostly in client. So let's close this server for now. We need to start it once we want to use the API, but for now we will be dealing with client. So let's go inside a client folder, and then I will just do and start. So all we have is localhost 3000 with welcome to Backedn Web, and that's all we had done it. Let's close everything from the backend. Actually, I can even do close all so that we don't need to see anything from server. And then let's actually go inside client folder here also. We have our server running from here in port 3000, and then I will install one dependency, and that will be React router DOM. And if you see in our design, in our final project, we will have a couple of routes. At least we will have sign up page, we will have sign in page, and then we will have a profile page, and then we will have something called dashboard, and then maybe we'll have a dashboard / new, or we can just do some conditional rendering. We'll see in that, and then we will have some dashboard list and so on, and then the same thing in our desktop view. So there are a couple of pages we need, although for this project today we may even not use it, but let's try to set it up because that's our goal anyway. So now we have already installed our router, and then I will go inside src folder here and create a couple of folders, and one is components because React and everything is components. So another, it's my practice, I like to call pages. Okay, so it's just a practice, so everything that you will be using inside many other places, or those can be component, but then pages are something that you are actually saying like a pages. So this is a login page, sign up page, and so on, and profile page, and maybe, so those are more like a pages that you actually enter URL and then you go there. So that's the only idea, nothing else. You can even do everything in the component, and then it should work, because as I said again, everything is component at the end of the day. So let's go and let's have inside pages. For now I'll just go and create a dashboard. I'll just write dashboard here, and then we'll do dashboard.tsx. okay, and then for now it's all good. We just have dashboard here. That's one thing. And then we have already our application here which says welcome to Backedn Web. So what I want to do, okay, I'll just change this to small, and then I will go here, and then I will try to do some sort of structuring. So we'll have in our dashboard, we'll have this application bar or nav bar, or whatever you like to call it. For this project I will call nav bar. You can even call it application bar or app bar, and actually let's call it an app bar. So here we will have our app bar component, and then here we will have all in our dashboard page or whatever. Okay, so the idea is we'll try to put everything inside dashboard in router. However, for all of the routes we want to show this. Okay, maybe we don't want to show this. This is pretty interesting case. So in a long run we don't want this to have navbar. Okay, so there are two ways to do that. One is we can have conditional rendering of the navbar, and that should do the job. However, in the login screen you know what, we might even want to show here in login and show some. So let's still do so that the f bar stays out of our router, and then everything will be rendered inside this router. Okay, so what I mean by that you will see in a minute. So let's go and let's set up our router. So to set up router, we have to go to our index where we are rendering our application, that this is our main component. So let's go here, and then I will just do import and then something from React router DOM, and that something is actually browser router, and all we need to do is just wrap this inside there, and that should do the job. So let's go here and let's just do browser router, and then we'll just pass this here. So this way now React router knows that we are actually wrapping our application inside our router. So route should actually take place now. However, we have to do some setup, and to do that I will create one component that will be route or routes.tsx. so everything we do inside our routes we will set up here, and I need to import a couple of things from React router DOM here, and then those couple of things will come later. And then I want to import our dashboard component, because as I said, that's what we will be dealing mostly. And then the next one is we'll just create main routes. And by the way, I have in my YouTube channel somewhere here you will see there are a lot of actually some videos related to how to do the routing, and there is a whole video called React Router V6, although there is an update, but all this thing what I have done, or at least majority of this thing, should be in use. So you can go and check it out if you don't know so much about route, because we are not going in detail for routing because I have already made a video about that. So let's go here, and then I'll just have a main route. It doesn't take anything, it's just a empty argument, but it will return some things. Actually, you know what, instead of doing return, we can just do something like this, and then we want something, and that will be routes. So we want routes from the React router DOM, and inside routes we can have now as many routes as we want. So for instance, if I go here and then if I just say slash and then say that this needs to render dashboard, if I say this, and then of course this is not imported, so let's go here, and this is not path, this is path. Okay, so in theory we should get this when we do that, and we don't get anything. Let's go and let's check it out. Okay, we're not getting any. So we have main route. Okay, first thing we need to export this. We can do default export or name export. You can even do export const here, and that might work, but we don't need, because we are anyway using only this. But later when we have permission everything, we might want to do the name export, but let's just do this for now. Okay, so we have exported this. However, we need to import, and as I said, here is the place where we will import our. So now you see here we will have an app bar, and then we will have main routes. So everything that we are dealing with routes will go under this. Okay, so now you can see when I do like this, we saw routes. Okay, that's good. So our routes are working. So what is the next thing we want to do? Okay, for now this should work, but later when we have login page and everything, we actually have to handle different cases, and then we want this route to be only visible when someone actually enters this dashboard, okay, and so on. But as I said, we will progress as we go, but for now let's just have this. So the next thing is we will go inside component, and then I will go here and I will have a bar, and then I will have a bar.tsx. Yes, so we have an app bar here, And then inside here, let's give it a class name called app. And then in public folder, let's go and let's create something called images. This will be a folder. And then I'll just, actually no, let's just have something called assets. And then inside assets, we will have images. And then inside images, I will put that logo. So I have logo here. And then now we can go. And then inside application here, we can do a couple of things. So that will be our main route. And then we can have image. I can just do image tag. And then here, what I can do is process.env.public URL. And actually, I need to put this inside template string. And this way you can get, another way is you can actually already have it inside some of this folder called assets, and then you can import it just normally. However, if you have something in public, then you have to access it like that. And then all we need is images, and then we have logos.png, and then let's have menus, I guess so. And then inside menus, we'll have something. Probably later we'll have a link from router link, but for now, actually, yeah, do we want to have router link, because this will be link later. Okay, that's interesting. So how we want, we can just have, and this is a dashboard, and then also for profile at the moment we want same, because that's what we have. And maybe later we'll give some class name and so on, but for now I think this should do. Okay, so we need to import our application app bar here, so I'll just do that. You can see we have link there, and also let's go and let's make it some mobile view, because we will go with mobile first approach. That's how we have also designed. Let's just have iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, so at least I don't see the logo there. Okay, maybe something is wrong, and that is we first need to have assets. You can see we have a big URL logo here. Okay, so now we need to close this. So let's see what, I'm kind of lost here. I'm doing sort of live coding here, so I don't have anything prepared, and I think that's the best way. So that my thinking process, how I approach issues and so on. Okay, so I think before we proceed to the next step, I would like to do some setup. So setup means all these colors and text sizes and everything. In Figma I already have some 3 different text sizes and some color. Okay, there is normal and hover, and then there is dark and gray. Okay, so I think we'll just try to set up some CSS, and that I will do by pausing video, because that's just time consuming thing that you can just copy paste it. So okay, so here we have almost close to our design here. And then what I did, I'll just walk you through. So first I went to this app CSS. I have this simple reset. You can search reset and actually do proper reset, but for now this works for me. Just remove unnecessary thing. I imported from Google font these pop-ins, and then also give this font family here. And then I defined some root variable with primary hover, dark black, basically same thing we had here. And then maybe this color is not exactly here, so let's just go and let's paste it. Okay, yeah, okay, so that's good. Then then I just did like some maximum width and then margin auto. So then we have some padding here, and then I just created some S3 and P because that's what we have been using in most of the places. There are some P with medium, but usually otherwise we have 20px, and then we have some 16px here. Is it 16? I think so, but that's all. So I just did that, and then I went to a bar. I did some modification. Remember, I added link. For now I removed it because we'll use it when we need it, because I needed to style link, and I thought why to do it now. So then in case of those menu item, I've just done S3 for now, but as I said, later we'll attach links there. And then I have a bar.css. So here I have basically the padding and all these kind of basic things, and then gave something. So then this looks like this, which is pretty good. So the next thing is in the dashboard. I just need to go here and pass here dashboard. So this also looks aligned. Up next, we can do this input. So we are somewhere here, so we will have a button, and then it will open this sort of thing here, and then we'll have these buttons. So we need to create a button component and then text input component. So we have text input here, and then also inside text input I will also create text input.css. okay, so we will style with this, and obviously there are several approaches. You can have a style component, you can have, you know, class name based component. You have a lot of those. I like to do CSS in CSS. So we are here, and then we need to do something. Okay, first thing, let's just import text input CSS, and then also for these I will give this class name of text input. And then another thing we want to do is we want to have props. So let's do right here. You can even call input props if you are planning to export it somewhere. Additionally, you can even have a separate types folder, but it's better to have the component props inside component, because that way you can see it. So for text input, we will have level, we'll have a placeholder, and then we have different type of text input, password and text, and then we need on change. Okay, so let's go here. So label, and do we want label mandatory? Maybe not. Sometime there can be, sometime no need. Same with placeholder. Placeholder is not something we want mandatorily. And then for text we want on change, and value can be string or no more for now, and then void. Okay, and then type, so we can have text or we can have password. Actually, yeah, so these are our kind of enum. So union kind of thing, it can be text of type text. So if you over here, then it's actually on, it can be undefined. So we go here, and then I will give the props here. You can additionally also do props and then give that props here, but this way we can already take things here, placeholder, and then we have on change, and then type, and by default I can give type text. Okay, so that sounds good. Then let's go here. So what we want is, we want to have a conditional rendering. If we have label, So when we wrap this inside boolean, then if there is a value, it will be true, otherwise it will be false. If we have that, then we will use label. So label, and then inside label we can even have HTML for, we'll pass something there later, and then this is our label. So this HTML for is so that when someone clicks in the label, the automatically input field will be activated. So for that, and type is something here. We can already give the type that we have from here, and by default it's text, and then we can have a placeholder, and that can be also something we can get it from there. And then we also get onChange function. So something is missing here. So onChange, so in onChange we want to do something, and we will get event. So that event will be React change event, and then HTML input element. So let's search input element. Okay, and what it does is it will actually pass as props directly e.target value. So this way, in our text element, we will get only the value part of it. You know, here we'll get only the value part of it, and then we can use it. So I think this is almost done in our case, except we need to do some styling. And for styling, I will do it and then I will come back. So I'll pause the video. Okay, so I quickly did a very basic styling. I have some text input here, some color here, and then some labeling here. And let's see how it looks. So let's go inside dashboard here. And inside the dashboard, what we can do is, for now, let's just give dashboard in S3. And then we have text input component, and it expects something. So at least it expects onChange. So let's pass onChange, and for now onChange gets this value. Remember, we have that callback. So let's just say value, and then we can just do console log val for now. And then if we go here, you see we have pretty close to design. Not exactly, we need to do some modification maybe, but we'll do that later. So if I go here and write, because you can see that it's actually working. Cool. So we created our first well, actually not first, but our one of the component we needed, that was text component. And just for testing purpose, so let's pass label here. Oh yeah, that's the reason. Actually, this wasn't the label, so we needed a label here. So let's go and give username. Okay, so this is the label. Sounds good. And then let's see how it will look if it's not mobile. Okay, it looks full screen, so that's good. And then what else we wanted to test? We have also type. So what happens if we do password? Okay, it becomes password type. That's good. Then we also have a placeholder. Let's take okay, so now if we don't have anything, we see the placeholder. All right, so this input field is pretty good. We can use it. The next one is creating a button, and again, you can use Tailwind, you can use Material UI, you can use Bootstrap, so you don't have to do all these things from scratch. But the idea here to show you if needed, and if you are working in a bigger project and you need to customize things, then you need to understand that how will you do it, how will you create your component. So for example, we have this text input, so maybe internally, instead of this native input, you may be using Bootstrap input, or you may be using Tailwind, or you may be using Material UI, or so on. But still, you might need to do something for your for your project specifically that that library doesn't have it. So in those cases you need to override things. So for that reason it's good to understand how you can do it. Okay, we have a primary button, that's one thing, and then we have outline button. Okay, so we need to create a button component, and this is where the challenging part of using CSS in a separate file or in the same file comes. However, I would like to create a couple of class names. For example, this can be primary button, this can be primary outline, and then this can be secondary outline. So actually it should be outline variant, and then it should be secondary of outline variant, and this should be primary of outline variant. However, let's go and let's create something. So now we'll go here and we'll create a component. Okay, not component, we'll create a button. Okay, and just like everything, let's also give button.css. Let's go inside button, and then here immediately I would like to import button. Okay, so let's go here, let's import. Okay, so we have button CSS, and then we will also need to define props here. So we'll think of that later. So now here I will give a class name of button, and then now comes the interesting part. Do we want to use div, or do we want to have directly button? And that's also another interesting question, because let's say for our design here we don't have any icons and anything such, so we can actually directly have a button here. However, in your case you may need to have conditionally sometime icon on left or on right and so on. So maybe you want to wrap it with some div, and then inside there, for example here, you can have basically the same way how we did here. So we can have button on left, and then we can have button on right, and then we can have actual button component. But for now, what I would like to do is I would like to just have a button, and then I will give this class name of button, and then here I will say update my info. Okay, so this is a button, and then we'll go inside dashboard for now, and then we'll just have a button here. Okay, so this is the button, and the reason why you see everything without border or such is because we have done the reset here. So the border is known, background, everything is known. That's the reason. So now we need to create a first variant, and that is primary. So let's go and create a primary button. So I'll go here in the button CSS, and then I'll have button here. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is I will have button primary, and then we will have also button outlined, and then we will have button outlined primary, and then we will have button outlined secondary, and then here actually we can even have primary solid, and then yeah, then we can have, so primary we can have secondary solid, and then this is outline, primary, secondary. Okay, so these are what I think enough for our case. However, as I said, actually we might even need a text variant. So but we will come to that later. So this is exactly what I was mentioning earlier, that if you have your style already inside component, then you don't need to think about these many classes, because for example we can just design outline, and then for the border color we can just conditionally pass it there. But the problem is, in this case we are using our color from the CSS root variable. But if you want to do it that way, then you might need to, but if you want to do it inside component, then you may want to create some JS variable called color, and then give all the color there, and that way you have a uniform way of importing that color and so on. But again, today I'm going to deal with this approach. So I will go and I will try to create a couple of these button classes, and then I will get back to you. Alright, so I did something here. I have a button class that almost act like a primary button, and then we have a button primary, and then we have button primary hover. I didn't create a secondary person because at least in our design we are not using it, but that would be a good practice to do, and I can leave it to you. You just need to follow the same pattern. And then we have a button outline primary, and then we have button outline secondary, and then some hover action for the again. I'm not going to do like a proper UX design practice, UI design practice with hover color, focus and so on, but it's just that you get the idea. And I think we have all the buttons, so let's go and let's see. Okay, so this is the same as this cancel button almost. Okay, the border is a little bit thicker, but that's about it. Then do we have this, which is a primary outline? So let's go and let's check from here. So if I just do this primary, then we have primary, we can even hover. And then the last one is we just want button primary, and we have it. So we have all our buttons, and then we can now proceed with creating variants and so on. So let's go here, and the first thing we need in the button is label. So this is what we'll replace here, and that should be mandatory. So that's a string, and then we want variant. For now I will leave it optional because we'll provide a default value. However, if we actually wanted to follow a proper way, for example, if we go here and button, so how React Material UI has it, it has all these kind of different variants. So if we go to API somewhere here, yes, then it has variants. So and then it also has colors, and that's how it does the work. So we could have a variant called solid and outline, and then we will have a different color for those. But at the moment we are going to have all these cases as variants. So the first variant will be primary, second variant will be primary outline, and I'm actually using this way, and it is mainly because so that we can just pass there, or we can change our CSS variable name to that. But let's try this. I have never tried this actually. Let's see how it will work. And then we will have, no, actually what was the name? So we have outline secondary and outline primary. Okay, so let's go here. So and then so this is primary and this is secondary. Okay, so these are our variants, and then we need one more thing, and that is on click, because it's a button, so we want it. And what it does, it just fires whatever we pass. Okay, so now let's do the same thing here, React FC, and then button props, and here we'll take a label, and variant, as I said, by default we will make primary variant. So if we don't provide anything, it will be primary, and then we have on click. So now we will go here, and then this will be button level, and then we are going to delete this, we are going to delete this, and then we'll wrap this and then make it a template string, so that button will always stay. However, we will get a variant from here. So this is exactly what I meant. So we can now use this class, or like I said earlier, you can have your CSS inside the component, and then you can do whatever you want to do it. And then I will also pass on click, and that will be on click. All right, so we have a button, and obviously we will get some problem here in dashboard because we are not passing any props. So for now we want on click. I'll just do test alert, and that is not enough because we also want to have here. So let's print all our button for now primary, and then what else? We want to give variant. So in this case the variant will be primary, and then let's do thing here. So now we will have primary outlined, and then we will have a secondary outline, and then let's just check this primary. No, what was it? If we hover here, we can see outlined primary, and then here we can have outline secondary. So now let's go and see if I do something like this, and this is what I wanted to test. So it's not working as we want it, and I don't know why it's not working the way we would like this to work, and maybe something is missing there. So let's go to our button. Here we are inside here, and somehow this parent is not working the way we want this to work. The class name is not being passed. So let's go to inspect here. I'll come here. Okay, so we have button outline secondary, and do we have typo or something, because it's actually getting the class name, however it's not okay. So let's go to CSS here. Okay, now I understand what's the reason. So if you see, it's actually we need to pass this here, and it's missing that. So we can do like that, and then we have everything. So we have secondary outline, we have primary outline, and then we have primary. We have also hover, and those hovers are confusing because if I hover this, it looks like this became primary, and if I hover this, it becomes that primary outline, but I did that way. All right, so we are still not in our main function. We have been dealing a lot with design here. So now when we have all our steps figured out, the next is actually doing the job that matters. So let's delete these two here, and then let's go here and do outline primary, and then let's try to create this one. So you don't have any short URL, create a new URL. All right, so we'll go inside a dashboard, which we are. We don't have to provide anything here. So let's go, and here inside a dashboard we can do something, and that is give dashboard container. I don't know what we can call it. So we just want something here. Okay, so we want dashboard I'll just give this name. I don't know why, but okay, I'll just, sorry for taking time. Empty state, I'll just say empty state. So that way what we want is we want p tag, and then I'll just copy this. Okay, and then we don't need this dashboard here, we don't need a text boot here, all we need is this button here. That sounds good. So okay, so we can have some styling there, create something called dashboard CSS, have it here, and then margin top will be, I can just say ADPX width for now 100%, margin auto, and then I can just do import. Okay, yes, so we have that. However, it's not center aligned, and okay, understood. So it should be here, and okay, so let's just copy this, and this is why I like this kind of CSS approach here. So we have that, and then we can even target specific things, for example buttons and so on. So for example, if I go here and then I go to p tag and say margin bottom, and then I can have 16 px. So then we have this beautiful looking UI just like here. And then the next thing is we want this option, so create a new short URL. We can already have this default, but just for this one, so let's go here and let's do that. So now we want to have some state somewhere here. Okay, so URL add view, and as I said, this is something that when someone clicks there, we can actually even take them to a new route called new, but that's a little bit overused for route, and for that reason I would like to do it here. So by default this is false. However, this one here we will have on click, and this on click we will set to true. Okay, so that's good. Then in that case we need to have a way not to show this empty state, because it should be conditionally rendered. So if we don't have, then only we want this. We can even remove this separately, so we will only show this if that button is not clicked. And what I meant by that, if we go here now, if we click, it's disappeared, because then we will show something else. And then if so, that's good, and that's what I meant by like moving it to something else. So inside dashboard we can have a component, and that component can be this add new view component. Okay, so inside dashboard here, let's remove this text input for now. Actually, we might need it. So inside here, we can do a couple of things. So already here, let's go and let's create a function. And the function will be render empty state. And then all that dots, it will return this one. Okay, so we have render, I can just do const. Okay, so we have render empty state, and let's do that way. So then that will be one way, and then another is render add new URL. So that will be another component, and then we can have dashboard add new. So that one there. And how does that look? So we need original URL, we need a name, and then two buttons. So we need text input, and we have already created text input. So we need two text input, and we need two buttons, and then we need two buttons. So that's what we need. So this text input is original URL. So, and then what we need, we will have to attach some on chains and so on. I will do that. Then another one is name here. So that is name. And for button, we have generate sort URL. So for button, this one is generate sort URL, and this one is cancel. And then the next thing we want to do is for button, we need cancel. So what happens in cancel? In cancel, we will show this again, or at least we will make this false. So for now, on click, set so basically whatever this does, it does the opposite. So okay, so it does false, and now this one is good. So generate URL, at the moment on click, I'll just do something so we didn't get that warning, and we can see and we can move on. And for here, at the moment on chains, we have val, and let's just console log val for now. And the idea is that just don't want, let's provide some placeholder. Okay, and then the name is okay. So we have these, and now we don't need to have this one here because we already have that. So now what we can do, instead of this, we can have something like this. And if we have that, then we want a render new URL. If not, we want render empty state. So you see, now we have this one, and then if we cancel, we go there, we can cancel. So you see, that's what we wanted. And to work on this, all I would like to do is I'll go and make this true for now. And then we have this, so these are good. And then we just need to handle these two things. So let's go. And here I can do dashboard, add new, and then actions, and I will pass these two over there, and then I will also take care of this. So just a while, I will pause this. So I will do some CSS so that they look somehow okay. Alright, so this looks almost close to this one here, except the button variant. So let's go and change it. Okay, so I'll just copy this one from here. Although this looks pretty good, not sure why I don't want this, maybe in the dashboard, but let's just keep it like that. I think that looks better. So we have those options, and then when we get something, we just need this actual created. Okay, that is actually to edit, so we are not editing now because we don't have user, we don't have any relation. Sure, we can do some local storage and such, but if we are going to do something with user relation anyway, why to bother now? So all I did here, if you see here, if we go to dashboard CSS, I just have this empty state, and then this margin bottom for P. Okay, that was already done. So here I had this new, and then for all the div I have margin top 16px, and then for actions I have like some display text, and then for action buttons I have this. So that should do the job, and it looks pretty okay. And we can type something here, and actually if you type, we should be getting something here, and then we should be getting something here. That's good, this good, this good. All right, so we have all our basic ingredient done. So the next thing is to create an API call. Okay, and that sounds interesting, and there are several ways of doing that. And in my YouTube channel, I probably even have okay, so here this what's before making API calls. So I have done a video about how to do API calls properly, but for this exact reason, we might even do directly here inside our use effect. However, later when we attach our users and everything, we'll try to make this better. Okay, so now let's go here, and that will be for server, and then I'm just gonna and start so that our backend server will run. So we have that server running. That's good. URL payload, and that will be React. So what we need original URL and name. Okay, so let's go here. Let's have a default state, and just to make sure that we have everything good, let's go to our src here. We have types, so original link and name, this is what we want. We can even have the same sort of type definition there, but as I said, we will do it later. So original link, so initially we have empty, and then name is also something, we have empty. Okay, so we have empty name, empty original link, and now here in this one on change, instead of console logging, what we want is we want set URL payload. So we want to set that, but we don't want to mutate the original one. So what I will do is I will do so that we will have an object, and then we will do whatever the URL payload has, and then for original link we will pass this payload, and then the same approach. Okay, so we want this to local string, so that way we are sure that we are always getting string. And then here I would like to do basically same. Okay, so what did I do? Okay, so this one here. So here, instead of original link, I want name. Okay, so the idea is we can even have some on change handler here, but why to make it why to have useless function there? All we want to do is we don't want to mutate whatever the value it has, because in this case we are only updating original link, but we don't want to update the name, and in this case vice versa. So that's good. The next one is we have to handle the function. So we have data now. Now we are ready to make an API call, and then here, somewhere here, I can have const. Now I can do this data, and that data, you will see what I meant by that data. We may give type definition later. For now, I will just like to call something, and that is make an API request. So how we can do? We can have a function, and I will say fetch. Actually, we need to make a post request. Now I get it. So we may do post request also with fetch, but I want to do it with Axios. So let's go here, just to Axios. Okay, that's good. And then let's import here Axios. As I said, we will change all these to a better API calling practice and everything, but for now we just want to do our minimal version. So first we want to have post data to API. So we don't need data because we already have payload there. However, here, and this function will be actually async function. And then what we want to do? We want to have try catch here. In case of any error, we want to print that error in our console for now, but we may want to show it to users and so on later. But again, for now, we just want to have it there. And then the next one is we need to have Axios dot post, and then it takes URL. So the URL for now is, if you remember from our earlier, and if you don't remember, you have to actually go and watch that earlier video that I have been telling you about. So just this one, and then go here. So we will have this URL. That's where we are making a post request, and then we want to post something, and that is our URL payload. So we will do that, and then this we can have something called data. Actually, I can say URL data, let's say. No, actually, let's change this to so here we can have const data, and then we will have await, because this will take some time. And then when we have data, all we want is set URL data to this data. Okay, that's what we want. And now actually, if I do this, not that. Okay, so because we will also get many other things from there, but that's the data we want, and then it will be set. And then when we have data, we want to show something, but before that we want to console log, and then Okay, let's just do this data. So I think now we can call this function, and actually here we can say if not no URL payload dot original link. If we don't have, then we can even say allot please provide URL, and can just have return. Or actually, let's just have this. So the idea is that we at least want that they need to provide us that, or additionally we can even, okay, for now let's go here. Okay, so we can call this. Okay, so the idea is if we click something, it should show us that we need to provide that first, and then it should actually return. So if that's the case, I'll just do something like that. Okay, so now let's refresh. Yes, and it doesn't call any API call. That's good. So the now next one is we want to have, let's say, this URL. If I pass this URL here and call this Bicas web channel, and if I send this, okay, so we get some issue, and I think that issue is related to course policy, and let's add that, and then let's import course from course. Okay, it doesn't have type definition, but let's see what happens. So we are still getting that. So do we want to do something? Don't want to do that. Okay, actually we can even keep course like exactly which one we want. So let's go here. Okay, so we are still getting the course, and I think we can add this 3000, add origin to course. So we have course and then use course, but I want to add whitelisted. So for example, this one to course option. So inside course, we can just go here, and what was it? Origin. So instead of origin true, I can do something like that, and let's try one more time. Okay, we are still getting it. And the course credential, we don't want credential for now. Still getting it. Alright, I just restarted the server, and then I got something. So here we have a URL code, and then we have all the created, we have all the name, and I think if we make more requests, it should still keep on giving us the same, this HYLN, because that's how we have done. Okay, so I think now this is working pretty good. I needed to restart the server after adding those course option here, and also I moved it here. However, later we have to handle this properly with proper course option and so on. So now we got the data we wanted, and then all we want now is actually well, we even don't need this whole data. We can just say sort URL, and then this can be set sort URL, and initially it can be empty. Okay, so then what we want is here, instead of this, we want set sort URL, and then the set sort URL will be something we need to have a template string, and that is because we want this URL also here. So that's why I was saying that if we save this in some variable, so we can reuse it, but we will do that in later stage. So that's why I'm copying now, and then we do slash here, and then after that we want to get this sort code. If you remember, all we want is this URL code from the data. So we want data.url code. Okay, so now we are getting some error, and that error is expected because it should not go there. So this way we will have our sort URL, and then when we have our sort URL, what we want is, we don't want to show this empty state, we also don't want to show this render new URL, but we want to show something. Okay, and that something is here. For now I'll just do it under here. If we have sort URL, then I will just do for now as 3, and then I'll just put here sort URL, so you understand what I meant. Okay, so let's cancel this, let's refresh our page. Okay, let's cancel this, let's completely refresh, and I think the reason behind that is we have that true, so let's make this false. So now let's check whole flow. So we are here in this page, and then we want to create this, so then we get this original URL. If we don't enter anything, it says please provide original URL. That's good. Then if we provide already existing, because we already have this URL there, and we can give the name anything. So because web, it actually doesn't care, even if we don't give name, you will still get the name back, because this URL is already in our existence in our database, and that's why whenever we want to add new, if it exists, we already return sort URL for that. So let's go here, let's do that, and you see now we got this one, and no matter how many times you will enter, we have this URL. So now if you copy this URL and then paste it here, it should take me to this. So let's, and you see we have it here, and that's what we wanted. So if we go to our playlist, and then if I copy this one here, and if I enter this one here, and earlier you see that it actually remembers the name that we saved earlier. Now let's go here and let's say EasyLink Monstack playlist. Let's generate a new, so it should change, and it did. And now no matter how many times you enter, it keeps on giving you the same URL. So let's copy this, and then let's paste it here, and here you go, it takes us to the playlist, and this is the playlist. We have only one video now, but after this there will be 2 and more depending on when you will watch. Everything is working as we expected, and if we cancel, we still have this. Why? Because we are not handling that case. We should handle those cases later. We can even have render newly added URL or something, and that can be shown in a nice view, like something like here with maybe copy icon and so on. But that is what we will improve in our later stage. First thing first, let's go to router. Okay, and we have URL router already, so we will create another router, and that will be user router. So there can be auth router, and it's always a case. Usually it's better practice that you have an auth route, and then you will be doing auth.login, auth sign up, and then also password reset link, and so on. So for that reason, it's better to separate that route with user route, because in user route you will be getting get user by ID and so on. However, for this very short video, and we will have basically just two routes, user route and URL route. So for this purpose, I will be only dealing with user route. However, I just wanted to tell you so that you can actually separate this and have an auth route, and that will handle all the authentication steps, like I said, registering, login, and then also password reset and so on. Okay, so let's just import something, and that will be router. I will also import next function. Let's just import these from Express. We will import these, and then just like in earlier, we will have const route from there, and let's not forget to export this. Okay, so let's go to our index, and here we have user router that will be imported from user router. All right, so just like this, we'll go here and we will just say user. And this is also another interesting thing. I didn't do URLs, so there is a practice to have like users, and then you get one or something, but I'll just have user route. I'm just telling you because there are this REST API guideline that how can you do, but we are not completely following REST API guideline here. We are just trying to understand how this endpoints works and so on, so that you will have the idea and then you can follow the practices. But I'm just telling you that there are those practices. So now we already have a user router linked there, so we can now already create our first route. And as I said, we can also have this in auth, but now we will just do this. Okay, and this will be async, and we'll have request, and then we will have response, and that will be there. And for now, let's just do response dot send hello. Okay, so this way we can actually test if this route is working or not, and this is a post route. So let's go to Postman, and then we are here in user, and this is post. And remember, we already have this API, and the reason for that is it's also indicated here that they will get this prefix. However, the reason behind that is inside here where we are importing it, we have already given this. So that's why all of our routes, whatever we will add here in the index, will automatically get that prefix. So we go here, and then if I click this, you see we'll get hello. So that seems completely working. And also let's see if our debugger is working today. I try to adjust it, so I just want to see if it will stop there or not, because it will be really helpful. Okay, so we have it. And the beauty of debugger is now I can hover over a request. Well, actually, if I had request somewhere there, then I will get a lot of things, and that will be really useful later. And then the next thing we want is we want to go here in our modals, and here I will create another modal, and that will be user modal. Okay, so let's go to URL modal and see how the things are done there. So I'll just copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, so I just paused the video and I added all this because just to save some time. So we have full name, email, everything. That's almost same as here, and then it all comes from here. I think we have some user modal, ID, email, password, full name. So the idea is we have full name, ID automatically it will be generated by Mongoose for us, and then we have email here, And then I'm also saying that email should be unique and it should be indexed. So that means we will be searching a lot of things from email instead of ID. And then the password should be required. So it's a true. Full name also is required. We have created, updated. And then also in URL model, we can actually go here, and this probably is the time to also add index here, because we do use this and also this for searching, so that probably our searching will be faster. Now we have our user schema, user model, and the next one is we'll also go here and we'll create user service. Okay, and let's see what we have in URL service. Okay, so we have a couple of things there. So at least we have to import something from TypeScript or type folder, and then we have something. Okay, so let's go here. I'll do that. And for now, we don't need it. Soon we will need to define types for this. And then we don't want actually user. We want user, but not URL. So if I go to model, and then we have user model. So I think these two should do the job. So let's go, and we can always take reference from what we did here. So we had this create one, and that was pretty good. So let's go and let's do the create one. So create user, and that will be an async function, and we will take payload, and then we'll define the type. For now I'll just put any, and then we will have something. Let's have try and catch. Okay, so we will have user, and let's see what payload we need. So if we go to user model, we will need full name, we will also need email, and we will need a password. Okay, so we will need at least 3 things. So let's go to our types folder here, and then we can have user types, and here we can just say export type user payload type. Okay, and then that will be full name, that will be string, and then we want email, that will be string, and we want also password, that will be string. So we have that, and we have this practice that we want to export everything from index, and the reason behind that is so that we don't have to individually import all of these. We can just use one file. Let's close this, and we are here. So here I can already do user register payload, and then I can say here user register payload type, and then what we want is we want to probably do some checking here, or maybe not. Let's just go first here, and then let's try to do something. What are we going to return from here is we will also return something. I think we haven't done that practice here. We are not saying what we will be returning there, but let's have that good practice here. So let's say user type, and then we have to go and create this user type. We can also already import that from here, and let's go to user type. So I'll just say export. So we will have user type, we'll have ID, and that will be string. And the reason why I said this optional is, I don't know, let's see, we may have it, we may not have it. Let's just have it, and then we will have all these things, and on top of that we will have created it, that will be string, and we will have updated it, and that will be string. Later we will also have URL, I guess, but we will do it when we will have that. And then we have user type. However, this user type should be promise type, because we have async thing there. Okay, so let's go here and I can say const user. We just do user.create and then we just pass payload and then we'll just return user. Okay, so we are getting something here. So we have full name, we have email, we have created it. Okay, so that's the reason why I wanted to have this type as optional. Okay, so we have user, and then if we have any error, then we'll just throw error for now. So this way we actually have now a user creation route. However, this is not a complete one because if you notice, we will get some password. So if you see here, we will get password, but we want to save password in a better way by hashing it. Okay, so that's what we need to do it. However, for now, let's just go with it. Let's register it, let's test it, and then build it on top of that. So be here in user services, and then let's also create export. So we also do user login, and these kind of things should be in auth services, but as I said earlier, we will still do it here. And we can have a payload. For now, any, we have to define that. And then we can actually copy this. And that should do the job. Then the next thing is again having a try catch. So what do we want to do? We want to find user. And how do we want to find? We want to find email from payload.email. So when user log in, we will have something. So I will just copy this, and instead of, I will say login. So we don't need full name in login, but we need email. Okay, so here we can have user login payload type. So we will have email, and then if we don't have user, we will return false. Okay, so that means this should either get user type or boolean. So we'll return false, and then we need to do something. We can also have to do here. So hash the password. So we want to hash the password. That's what we want to do. And then here, if we have user, we want to compare the password, because we want to match that whatever the user have provided is actually the one that we have in database. So we'll have, and then if we have everything done, then we will return user. And then if we have any error, we'll also do error throwing here. So we have to do these two things, and we will install some package and we'll do those later. But for now, this is what it is. And then we will go to our user router here. So first thing first, let's go and let's import something from user services, and one is create user, another is login user. Okay, so here now instead of hello, we want to do something. Okay, so let's also do try catch here. I don't think we need to do try catch exactly here, but we may actually, we will do something. We will also import something from here. So we will import user from user modal, and that's why we need that. So we can also do, like I said in earlier video, in URL route, I said you can do all the validation and everything there. Similarly, also here, when someone posts us or when we get payload from front end, especially from input, it's always a good practice, because someone might type anything in the input, even some cases database related thing or so on. So you don't want that kind of thing directly going to your database or anything. So it's good practice to do some handling or validation here, checking if the email is in email format, if the full name is string, and so on. And then that's good practice to do in backend, and also good practice to already do also in front end. So but that is up to you. I just told you that that's a good practice to do, but we will not do. So validation like email format etc. So we can do that here, but we are not doing here. All we will do is we'll just check if we'll check something. So for example, we'll get payload from requested body as user register payload type, and then if payload, if we don't have few things here, because we need email and we also want full name, and we also want password, and we are not testing any password length or anything. And again, those thing goes here. So if the password matches the format, like it should have like some capital letter and so on. So these are all the thing better to do also in front end, but also here, because sometime you might be using API somewhere else. So even if you do everything formatting here, it's still better to do it also in the backend. So that's up to you, and maybe in future I will make a separate video about those validation. But let's just proceed here with just this simple approach. So the idea is here, if we don't get the thing that we want, then we'll just return status 400, and we'll just say missing. Let's see if we already have here this one. So we'll just copy this, and we'll say that we are not getting the things that we are expecting. Okay, otherwise, else if we have everything there, then we will enter into try catch, and in the catch we will do probably res status, say 500, and then we can do JSON, and let's see, we probably have already from here. It's even good practice to have all those things in one place and import it from there, or even give like some sort of error handling so that you have the same name and same this status code and so on. But we are doing manual way here. So in the try, we want to find if user already exists, and by the way, that can also fall in this validation part, but we are doing here. So we want to do, we can just do const user, so let's just do user dot find one, and we can do email, and then we have payload dot email. So if we have user, if we get existing user, that means this email is not available to register, because we wanted each and every email to be unique. And if that email already exists in our database, that means that user with that email already exists. So 401, actually it should be 403, but let's just do 401, and we just say email address is not available. So and then that should do. But if it does not exist, that's when we want to have user, and then await, and then we have create user, and we'll pass payload, and let's see payload. Okay, so I have a typo there. So, and then for now we want to do status is 201, and then we just say JSON user. So let's do this for now, but later, instead of sending user, because we don't want to send user, we don't want to send user's password detail and so on as a reply or as a response. But for now we are just testing this route. So let's do that. And then here we have try and catch. Why we have two try and catch? Interesting. Okay, just don't understand why we have try and catch. Let's remove this. So let's test it. Let's go here. I'll just remove this email for now, and I will make a request, and it says missing required parameter. However, if I give this email address is not available. Okay, I may have tested with this email. And then let's do 2, and you see we have full name, we got the password, but this is very bad way because we have exactly this thing stored in our database. We have created and we have ID. So our registration part, user sign up, is actually successful. So the next thing is we can try also our another route, and that is router.get. And actually it's not get, it's also is post, and it's a login route. And then we can just copy this here. So now we can do basically the same thing we did. Payload is coming from requested body as user login payload. So that's the first thing. And here also we can say that if we don't need full name, if we don't get the thing we want, then we can basically copy this here, and then we go in else, and here we can do try catch, or even do we even need to do try catch? We don't need to do try catch, I guess. So all we can do is just do const user data is await, and we have login user, and we will pass payload, and then status is 200, and then we will pass user data. Once again, this is not what the final version should, because when user login, instead of sending their user data, we are sending them the login SS token, which we will create soon after this. But let's test this if the login route is working or not. So let's go to Postman. Let's copy this here and let's make it post. Let's go here, and then we have user login, and then let's just go body, and let's copy everything from here. We don't need full name, it really doesn't matter if we pass it. And let's say if I don't have email, and if someone tries to only, okay, so it says missing required parameter, but if I pass this, then it gives us our information. So it gives us our full name, our ID, and everything. So our login and our sign up route, both of them are working perfectly. However, we have a lot of tasks to do, and first thing, I think the best way to approach this is, let's go here and I'll go inside the server, and we have to install something, and that is Bcrypt. Okay, so this is used for hashing the password. Okay, that's what we will do. So let's go and let's hash our password, so that whenever we have a new user sign up, we are storing their password in a hash format. Alright, so before proceeding with that, we have this util folder, and we tried to do something but we haven't done it. So we'll utilize this util folder, and just telling you that go to your .env file, and then we need to add a few things, especially this JWT secret. We will need it when we will be creating SS token. You can also have session secret. We may or may not use it. So just telling you, I have mine already in the env. You also have to do yours. And then we go to util, and let's create something called secret.ts, and here I will just require .env, and then it's just so that we get things from our .env file. We have also done similar thing in env. We have actually imported, and then we have done .env config. I can also do the same import, but I just did this way. And then I'm just going to export from here session. Let's go and see what we have named. So session secret, and then that is none other than process.env session secret, because we have that in this env. And then another one is JWT secret. So let's go here, and then we can just do this. Okay, so we have this secret, and I'll just go here and do export everything from secret. So basically the same approach we used here in our types, I'm also using it here. So we can just import everything from util. And then we also want to do one more thing in util, and that is exactly the thing what we need for our hashing. I will just call this hash.ts. You can call it whatever you want. Let's import from Bcrypt, and then we may want to use something. Okay, we don't want to import anything. I'll call something called salt rounds. And if you go to, let's go, then it has pretty nice documentation how you can create a password, what kind of salt round. And so we have salt round, and then this is the plain password, and then like that whatever we want to do, we just generate it, and then we get it, and then there is a compare. So we pass the normal password, and then we pass the hashing password, and then it will give us result. So we will be basically dealing with these two here. So let's go, and then create a hash. So I will just call it create hash. I will not call it create password hash, because we may use it in future for other stuffs. So this is value to hash, and we will be accepting string, and then in return we will be also returning something. And actually I don't even need this. I can just say directly we can return Bcrypt, and there is something called hash sync, I guess, and not like this, and then value to hash, and we have salt round. So this way we will get a hash value, and then let's also go and call it compare hash. So we want value to compare, and that will be string, and we have hash value, and that will be string. So this will be password that user will send us, and this will be password we will be saving in the database, and we will match those and we will compare those. Okay, and then it will just give us true or false. And how do we want this? Okay, let's do something like this. So and then we'll just return compare sync, and then value to compare and hash value. So I think these two should be enough. We'll test it. Okay, so let's go to our user services here, and here we want to hash. So now we can just do something like this. However, password will be create hash that will be imported, and then payload dot password. Okay, let's go and fix the import here. Okay, so this way whatever payload we have, it will be, but for password we will not be saving the plain password, but we will save the hash value of that, and then rest of the thing we are doing exactly how we had. And then here, instead of directly returning user, what we want to do is we want to compare it. So let's say password match. So password match will be compare hash. So we want to has two things. One is value to compare, so that value is whatever the user have entered now, and then whatever the value we have saved in our MongoDB. So when user sign ups, we are saving in the password field hashed value, so we don't have plain value anymore. But when user login, first based on email, we will try to find, we will get the user that we have in DB, and then we'll try to match the password. So whatever we user have now given us during this login time, and then whatever the password we have, and then if that is matched, then we will, if we have password match, then we will return user, else we will return false. So that way, no, actually that's not true. If we don't have password match, we'll return false. If we have everything else good, we'll return user, and we can just put a debugger here and we can test it. But first thing, we have to go here to sign up, and let's do because 3, and then let's have password 1234. So we will go, and you see we get this password now. So we don't have any more plain password, but we have this hash value, and this is what is stored in the database. So now to log in, I need these two information. Let's go here, let's put something here, and then here, if I don't give 3 here, I should get something. Okay, so we have some issue here, and let's go and check it out what is happening. So if we go to our login route, okay, so sign up seems pretty much okay, but in the login, so we have user data, and we have to say that if not user data, or if user data is false, then we have something. So actually we can try something here. If, let's just say no, so if type of user data is object, so that means we are passing the user value, then we can do something like that. Else, if not user data, or we don't even need it, or let's just have it if we don't have user data. Okay, so we need to think a little bit here. Okay, so let's try to rethink here. So we can get from user data. Okay, so if the user data is object, and let's also check that actually user data has something, email. If the user data has email and that's object, then we will return like user data for now. Else we'll just say response.status, and we will say 403 because it's forbidden, and we can just say invalid email password. Okay, so let's see if this works. Still didn't work. We have login, so let's check it where we are. Let's put the debugger. Okay, so we don't get anything interesting. So what's happening? We have payload email, we don't have that issue there. Okay, okay, so we have our application crashed. So let's save this first. Let's go here. Okay, so we are here and we are getting payload, so that's pretty good. Then let's see the next step. Okay, so in the next step it fails, so that means something inside login user we have a problem. So let's go inside the services. Here we have problem, and I guess we are not getting here. So let's go one more time. First let's save this so that our server restarts. Then let's go here. Okay, so we are here. Let's play. It goes to password match. So let's see. We have payload.password. That's 123. And then we have this password, and this is hash. So this is what I was telling you, because we get user from here and we get a lot of stuff from user, like created, full name, ID, password, everything. And then we are comparing this, and it says payload.password, so 123, and then we have this password. So if that password matches, we should be coming here. If it doesn't match, then we should be stopping here or returning here. So it's actually here in the error, and let's see what's the error. So it says Backedn default get salt is not function. Okay, so we have issue in Backedn, and this is the good thing about having a debugger. So I think it should be Gen salt. Okay, let's try one more time. So let's hit here. That's good, we are there. And user is, we have user, so this shouldn't run. So we are here. Okay, so I think this time it passes. So let's see if our password match. So this password 123 and this hash, does it match? And if you hover here, it says false, and that's what we wanted, because we don't want that. And if we play it, and if you go here, it says invalid email and password, and that's what exactly we wanted. I will just go here and remove all the breakpoints. So now if we actually go and provide the actual password, so that has 4 here. So if we have that, and if we send, and you see we get it because that's the password we wanted to pass. So this way we have successfully created a hash, and we have compared it, and then we have authenticated user properly. So until now we have done pretty good job. Now we have couple of more things to do in order to have everything right, and one of that is creating a JWT token or JSON web token. And for that reason I will go here, I will clear, so I will say and add, I will just do JSON web token. Okay, so this will allow us to create the token we want. And then in this same time I'm also going to create middleware folder if we don't have already, and looks like we don't have, so let's go here. Okay, so middlewares. So inside middlewares I will create a file called auth token.ts. okay, so first of all I will tell you what exactly is middleware. So for that we can go to one of the route here, and you see in route I have always imported this some function called next function, and so far we have only used request and response, so request and response. However, actually we also can take another thing, and that will be next function, and we will need this, so let's also have that. So what happens with this next function? So next function is in each request, HTTP request, we are getting requests. So that's where we have all this data that we are getting from user. Sometimes we get it from the body, sometimes we get it from params, but we get it from there. And for example, if you go to URL router and there is this URL code, that is something we get from requested params instead of requested body. So we are getting data, that is request. Request has a lot of things. We can just console log it and see it. For example, if you go here, and then if I go to user route, and if I just put the breakpoint there, then if I go here and hit this, then it stops here. So if I hover over request, you see we have body, we have base URL, we have like params. At the moment we don't have any params, we have query, we have a lot of this next, we have like a lot of this kind of things in the request. Okay, and then response is something that we use to respond something to user back. Okay, so everything should end after response, and this is what we are doing. So we are responding back, and once we respond something back, that's it, it ended there. There is no more communication. So there is a request and there is a response back, and that's it. However, there are cases where we also want to use next. That means it will go to the next thing. So for example, we have this function. If in this path, if we had some other function, then we can also use that. So for example, this async function uses here. So if we had some other function here, then because we are ending all the requests here by sending response, it will never go to this part. However, if we use the next, then it will do whatever it has to do there, and then it will go to the next, and we will take the benefit of that. And that is what called middleware. So middleware is, it doesn't send any response back to the request, so it doesn't end the request. However, it does some job and then it will do the next. So it's almost like continue in JavaScript. Okay, so we'll see that in action. Let's go here, and then in the auth token we will import few things. So actually I can just copy things from here somewhere. We don't need Express, so let's just remove it. So we want this one, and then we want JWT from JSON web token. Okay, so this JWT is a short form of JSON web token. Okay, and then we also want to now import something that we created earlier. Remember, from, was it util folder, and that was a secret, JWT secret. You know, you can also just, instead of this, just do process.env and then just do JWT secret. So you can do this and we get it. Sometime we need to also import .env, but this is also good. However, just to sync everything, because and also get benefit of type importing and everything, it's better to have this kind of some secret file where you are not exposing anything. So you are actually not storing anything, because this will be committed, it will go in Git repo and so on. However, you are having all the things, so when someone new comes, they can see all the secrets here, and then they can also easily import, because you cannot easily import things from process.env, because there you actually need to go check it and then call process.env. So I like to use it. It's not mandatory, but it's just for your comfort. And then we also want to import one more thing, and that is user type. And that will be coming from types. Okay, so we have imported everything we want. Now we are going to generate SS token, and it's pretty simple. All we can say, generate SS token, and then it can be async, not necessarily, and it will take user, so that will be our user type. And then I think it will give a string back, and what it does is it will return jwt dot sign. So I don't know why, I think we are missing the types here, so that's why so let's just have it. Okay, so now I think we should, okay, so we get this, and then you can see it already says everything here. So we want payload. So what we want is, we want to have, and this is up to you to decide. So I will say user.email, because this is what the token will consist, and when someone will decode this token, then they can see this system, and I will show you how to decode it. And then I will also have, so the next thing is we will use this JWT secret, and the reason for using this, you can, by the way, just pass some random text here, but the reason is we want to know the token was actually created by our server. And this way, because this is a secret and you shouldn't share this to anyone, and only your server has it, so when this token comes back, and then this, we have to verify that token, then we will know that this token was actually created from our server. So that's why we need that. And then there is one more thing. There are a lot of other things, but expire in, and I will for now just write 2 ads. Okay, and then why it does not, okay, so do we actually need promise? I guess not. If we need, we'll see it. So we are returning a string, and it will be a JWT token. So for example, if we go here and JWT token decoder, there are this kind of thing where you can pass JWT decode and it will show you everything. So token will look like something like this, and it will have some payload data. In our case, it will have email and that. Okay, so the next one is, actually we want to create something called get auth token, and this time this will be async, and it will have a request, and then it will have a response. Yeah, it looks a little bit strange, because until now we were using only in the router, but this will go in the router as a middleware, so that's why we want this. And then we will get user from request, and I'll do something like this. So we will get user from there as user type, and that's why I have imported that type. And then now we will create SS token, and that SS token will be generate SS token, and we'll pass user. So this user, whatever we have it from auth token, whatever we have from request, we'll pass it here. And then when we have everything, we'll just say response status 200, that means success, and then we'll just do JSON, and we'll do email, and that is user.email, and we'll pass SS token, that is SS token that we just created. And additionally we can also pass is logged in, and that is true. Okay, so this is what our user will get after they have successfully signed in or they have successfully registered. Okay, so how to use this? So that's the tricky part. So let's go to route, and then we need to import this. So let's go here, and then let's import from middleware auth token, and then we will have get auth token. All right, we are proceeding pretty nicely. Yes, this video is getting longer, but nice things takes time. So we have user here. So now instead of sending this user, we want to do something. So first, remember here in our auth token, we were getting user from requested user. But how do we get that user? We get that user by passing that user here. So here we still have access to this request. So what we say is, hey request, please accept. Actually we can even do something like this, user, and we'll get TypeScript complaint. It says it does not exist somewhere. So to do that, we can actually have some folder here called, no, it should be folder. So let's have Express, and then inside here we can have index.d.ts, and then we can just go and do something like this. Yeah, so we have user type, and if I save this, if we go back to our router, you see it knows that we have already extended the Express and it gets user type, and that is already okay. However, sometimes it is still complains, so I'll just like to do this, that way we didn't get any complaint. And then when we have attached this user to the request, that's when I will call this get authentication, and then I will pass request, I will pass response. And now if everything is good and working, we should be getting authentication like JWT token instead of instead of the user data we had earlier. Similarly, here also, instead of sending user data, we can exactly do this. And here we have to write user data. Okay, so let's do the finger crossing here, and let's go here, and then we are in user login. And remember earlier when we log in, we get all this, and now we don't want all this information. We want our JWT token, and that token should be in this format. So basically we will have a payload, we will have email, we will have is login, and we will have also SS token. So this is what we are expecting. And remember, it might surprise us, and voila, we got it. Okay, so here you can see we successfully logged in, and now we have SS token, and this token in front end we will store in local storage. Additionally, people also store it in cookies, but in our case we will store in local storage. We will save it there so that every time user is making request, we will use this token to authenticate that actually this is a valid token, it was generated from our server, and that user has all the permission what that user is expecting. So let's copy this JW token and remember this place. So if we go here, you can see that it says the email is this one, is logged in is true, and this was the information, these were, and it says login true. And if you remember here in auth token, we actually had this information, and that's the reason we got that. So if we want more information, for example, we also want full name of user, and we say full name, then we need to create token again because this token won't have anything. So let's create a new token. So we got a new token here. Now if we go here and if we do here, you can see that that information is also attached there. We don't need it, so we will remove it because why to have more information when we don't need it, but that's the information we will get. And now let's also go here and let's try with because 4, and let's try to sign up, and now we should also get exactly the same kind of response instead of this response. Let's do this, and you can see we have, because we have email, and that's enough for us to identify. We have token, and you can see that when we decode this token, we will get also all the information at least. So this sums up the backend part of user login and authentication. And we have already some component, and we already have some pages, or at least page setup. So let's go to our pages folder here, and inside pages I will create another folder, and the name of that folder will be auth, and inside auth we will have login.tsx, and we will also have another, and that will be register, or we can even say signup.tsx. And then we will also have a style file. So I'll just write auth.css. Additionally, if we follow this pattern, then we can also have login as a folder and then have everything. But because if you see in the design, they share almost the same styling, so I just wanted to create like this. And then in future, if you want to have password reset and so on, you can also add those there. So let's go to login, and let's create a login page for now. And before I forget, I will just import auth.css, and also I will copy this. We'll go here, and then here I will just do sign up. And actually let's go here and let's just make at least the name of the component login there. So that's good. The next thing before we move in styling that is we have to go to our routes, and then here we have to import login, and then you know what, we can actually, let's follow the pattern and let's just do s there. And also let's go here and let's do sign up. So go here and let's import it again. So let's go to route, and then here what we can do is we can have login and we can have sign up, and for login we'll just go here and do login, and for sign up we'll go here and do sign up. All right, so it's still showing the old file structure, and for that I need to restart this project. I have some issue with VS Code. Whenever I change the name, it creates problems. I will restart it. Okay, so this is fixed now, and we have these routes. So now if we go here and if we try login, we see login, and if we try sign up here, we will see sign up. Of course, after we are done with the registration, then we actually want to make these routes as a public and private route, which means this dashboard should be only visible if someone has actually authenticated, so that person has right to go there. Otherwise we should be directing everyone to log in, and that's what we already have this video. So here you see I have created this protected route, and I have this React router, and there is how to handle everything. So almost everything are covered in my video. You can go and check it out there, but we will be implementing that later. But first let's make sure that we can actually register, and then we have token, and then we can use those token later to have a route permission set up. Okay, so let's start with a sign up page. So we are here in sign up page. So in sign up page we have logo, and then we have this name and everything. So let's go here. I'll just give this a class name of sign up. Actually I can give this a class name of auth, and then we have a logo there. So logo should be somewhere already used, and if I am not mistaken, we already have logo here. So this is the logo we need. So let's just go and do auth container. So we have logo, and then we can do auth form part. So what we need, and if I understood correctly, we already have a couple of things that we can use. So we already have text input that we did in our previous video. So, and then we also have buttons. So basically we have a lot of things already covered. So let's just go here and let's just have a text input. Okay, so how many text input we need? We need 3. So let's fill out. So what are the things we need here? If I hover over here, so we need on change, and then we need a couple of things. Okay, sounds good. So let's go here, and then here I will just say const, and we have sign up payload, and that comes from, and for now we can have it like that. So we have full name, that's empty, and then we have email, that's empty, and we have password, that's empty, because those are the field here. And in backend, in server side, we actually have types, and in user type we have this user register payload. We will need this type also in the client side. We can also have a share folder and use the type for both, but we want to also create types per client side itself. Kind of duplicate it, but we will do that. So for now this is enough. So if you hover here, it will actually give us, well, it's giving us type any, but that will change. So we can even have the type already defined here, but let's just deal with this now like that. So we have a label, and label will be name. We can just write full name just so our user know, and then on change we get value, and that value will just write set sign up payload, and then we can have everything whatever we have from our sign up payload. However, the full name is what we will be saving. So this way we have there. Additionally, if we want, we can even have placeholder here. So now we have this text input. Let's do it 3 times. So instead of full name here, we will also want to have something, and that will be email, and here we will have email, and we'll just write your name at email.com, and then here we want to have password, and here I will just write password, and we don't need a placeholder for password. However, we have something called type and password. Okay, so we have capital P. That's a little bit weird, and I think we need to modify something. So let's go to our text input here, and first of all, instead of password capital, let's make this P. And I have also realized we need value, and that value can be a string for now, and then in input we have value. We did not do it in our previous video. Okay, so probably everything in our dashboard is without value, and it is. Alright, so I added value here, and we are still getting some problem, and it says use state does not exist. Okay, so I have some typo there. Okay, so now that's gone, and we are getting some problem here because in our text input we are saying we may get string or number, and that's why we are getting this issue. Of course, there is an easy way to fix this, and that is just go here and just do it to string, so that way we are sure that we are getting string. So let's go and let's see sign up page, and you can see that we already have this logo here, and then we have full name, we have email and password. That's pretty good. And then we need button, so we have sign up button, and then we have this small text. So let's go and do that. So to do that, after the form, so we are somewhere here, I guess this one. Then we go and action. So here we can have a button component, and then button will also need something, and the label is sign up, and then we need on click. That's what we will fire. For now, let's just write sign up, and we still have one more, and that is this one. So already have login, and here we will have a link later. So link, and that link will take to, and it will go to login. So now we already have this. If you click, it will take us to login. We go back, we have sign up button. That's pretty good. We need to style this, but other than that, our sign up page as a page design itself is ready. I will quickly go and style this. So I will pause the video so we don't waste time. You will get all the CSS and everything from the GitHub, so no need to see everything. Alright, so this is what I have made so far, and in a bigger screen it will look like this, and then in a smaller screen, so if you go here, it's kind of responsive until here. So pretty good, looks almost identical to the design. Of course we don't have any bar here, so looks a little bit different, but other than that, I think pretty nicely done. We can have things here, we can have things here, we can have things here, and yeah, okay. So sign up page seems to be good, at least to me. And this is all I added. I have some auth here, and then I did some image styling, I did some auth div, so for all those input, and then some for action, and then for some action button. So that's all good. So let's just close this, and then what I would like to do is I would like to copy all of these exactly. Additionally, we can even make a component and use component, but let's not overkill it. So we do that, and then we need to import things like we did. So let's just go here and let's import those things, and then we also want to have this here. However, instead of sign up payload, we will call it login payload, and we will call it login payload. Now let's select this sign up payload dot and change it to login payload. That's good. And then we have password, we have email, so we don't need full name. So let's actually go and delete the full name. And by the way, this needs to be also login payload, and that's good. So the next thing is this one here. So I'll just go here and make this login payload, and then the last one here, our setter function login payload. All right, so now instead of sign up, we will call it login, and then here we can say no account yet, sign up. So let's just go here, and then here we'll just use that route, and this is a login route. And now just like that, we have a sign up page. If we want to go to login, we have a login page, and it says if you don't have it, go to sign up. So we have sign up, we have login. So the next thing is actually attach all this payload and make it work with actual request. So that is what we will be dealing with next. And in our last video, we did all this request and everything from here, from this one. But now we will modify this in case of sign up and login, and actually use a better way. We'll still use Axios, but we will modify Axios in such a way that we want to actually have a better practice there. So let's go to src here, and inside here I will call some folder, and the name of that folder will be services. We can even call API services. So inside services, we will create one service, and that will be auth service. We can call auth service. So this will be just a TypeScript file, and then we will have HTTP service, or actually we'll just say HTTP client, and then for later use we will also have our URL service, but for now we will only deal with those. And here in HTTP client we will import Axios from Axios. We have already installed that, and we have already used Axios here, like to post our URL, which you saw in the dashboard in the demo that I did in the very beginning of this video. But instead of just doing this, we will do a couple of things here. SS token from local storage. So let's go and let's do already. We don't have it, but we'll just make it. So we'll just get item, and we'll just say token. So we'll do something like this. So the idea is that we will save SS token, and let's call this SS token. So we'll have SS token from local storage, and then if we have a SS token, we will do something. Anyway, we will export default. So we will export Axios. However, we will modify something in Axios, and the first one is base URL. So in our case, the base URL is this one. So if you see here, this API is our base URL. This after that we have URL, and then we have user. So if we go to our Postman here, for user login we use this user login. To post something we have like API and then URL and so on. So our base one is our API. We'll just do this. I think, yeah, let's do slash. So we already include that, and then we will have headers, and inside header we will have something called authorization, and then we'll have something here, and it's just a practice I'm following. And then we will have $sign here and SS token. So idea is if we have SS token, we will pass that. So instead of using Axios, okay, so let's go here actually. No, not here. So I will show you why we created something like this. So for example, in our dashboard, we had this Axios.post. Now instead of Axios, we can import our HTTP service. So something from, so let's still go one more back, and we could also have some aliases, so we don't have to do all this kind of import, and we can do absolute import, but that will be a separate video. So we'll go there, and then we have something called HTTP client. You can give any name you want, but I will still call it HTTP client. And now we can use this. So instead of doing this Axios.post, what I can do is I can have HTTP client.post. In that case, I don't need to give this whole, because we have already added that base here, so I don't need to give that, and I can save it. So there is some problem, so it cannot be, it is isolated and so on. So we'll fix what is happening there. Okay, I understand that it's because we don't have anything. For now, let's just do const something is something. Okay, so probably that should solve it, I guess so. And let's go here. Do we still have this running? Okay, so let's just go here and let's do export. I think we are good. So now if we go to the dashboard here, and if we copy this, so let's see if our request is sending properly or not. And you see we get this. So it still makes request and everything to the same URL. So if we send it, it actually does the same request. And if you see the header, this is actually sending here, request is post, everything is working just like it would be. But now we have a benefit, and the benefit is we can attach all this kind of different thing. And not only that, let's say in future when you are done with this project, after a couple of years or a couple of months, you decided that, okay, you know what, we don't use Axios, we'll use some other HTTP clients. You just need to do the configuration here, and because you are not using Axios anywhere else, so you have that benefit. That's one benefit. Another benefit, let's say someday your API gets versioning and it becomes B1 or something. In that case, you also don't need to change this API base URL in all of your calling, because you have only one place to change it. So I actually have a complete video about making a better API calls and everything, so you can go and watch this. So this video, API call for production, it is all about this kind of using services. I might have used a repository there or something, but still the idea is same. So that's the good thing, and that's why I didn't even call it Axios client, but I call it HTTP client. You can even call API service client, whatever it is. So inside auth services, so here we'll actually go here and we will import HTTP client, and then instead of doing this kind of thing directly inside component, we want to actually have a uniform way of dealing things. So first here we will go and we will have create user, or we can even say sign up, and it will take some payload, and for now I will just give any type. And this can also be async function, it should be async function. So we can have some try catch here, and then for now I'll just console log error. And then here what we can do is we can do HTTP client dot post, and then we can have user route. So if you go here, then we have this API and user route where we can sign up our user. So that is also here in our backend. And if we go to route, we have user route, and this post is what we are using for sign up, and we are expecting some payload here, and the payload is user register payload type. So let's go here, and actually inside this file I will just copy the types, and I will go to client, I will go inside src, and I will paste it. So we have inside, we don't need this express, so I can delete it. And then we have URL type and we have user type. Okay, so this way we have the type. As I said, we can even have a share folder and use the type so that we can just modify in one place. But let's just separate this so that if you want to use it separately, you have that possibility. So here, let's go and let's import the type from types folder, and here we can have user login payload type, user register payload type. Okay, for now let's do that. And then we have sign up here, so now here we can say it should be user register payload type. So that's the payload type we are expecting. And then we have this dot post, and we are passing payload, and that will be whatever the payload we are passing. So now let's go here, and then we just say data, and that's the data we are passing. And when we have data, for now let's just do console log and data. So seems like data does not exist in response type. So we may want to, okay, so we have that Axios. So maybe, okay, so let's just do this. So now we already have our sign up here, and then we can also do the similar thing for login. So let's just go here and we will create login, and instead of user register we will write user login payload. And then here if we go and check here, so to login we need user/login. So that's what we need. So let's go here. So we need that. We can still say that one. All right, so we already have auth services, and then later we will also have URL services. So inside auth services, let's go to sign up, and then here I can actually move this there. So now, and then the CSS, let's move it at the end. So we can go here and then we can have our services. From services, and we have auth services. So we want sign up. All right, so all we need to do is, instead of having this sign up, we can just call sign up, and you can see we can pass this payload, and that will be our sign up payload. All right, so technically if everything works, then we should be able to actually have everything working. Sure, we also need to do some validation, so that if all these fields are not filled, maybe we want to disable the button, we want to tell them that the email is not in email format and so on. But that is up to you, and maybe if I will make a separate video about validating user and all those input field in front end and back end. I will create separate videos in future, but for now I'll just proceed, hoping that our user will actually have everything given properly. So let's go here and let's go to sign up page. We are in sign up, so let's clear everything. So two things we will be taking care is, one is here in console, because we need to have our data there, and we will also see network if we get the request. So let's have the name Because Web, and let's also have here Because Web. I will just do that and something like gmail.com, and then the password is, we can just have ABC123. Let's sign up, and looks like we have something here. Okay, we have promise fulfilled. So, but here if we go in response in preview, we actually got our SS token. We got everything we wanted. So that's pretty good. Now if I try to make another request, we should be getting that email address not available. That's pretty good. And actually we have also thing here. So let's go and see what did we do that. Okay, so it's clear we have to do await here, and then we have to do await here. So if we had done that, then when you do here, you see it says that we are getting issue, and then we have response, and there is a data, and it says email address is not available. Of course, if I add one here, and if I do sign up, so now you can see that we got data, and inside data there is actual data, and that's the data we are sending back. We have status and everything. So now this is the time we can actually go, and here now it will magically work, because earlier I missed that await, so that's why it was complaining. So we have that data, and then here instead of console log, I can do so that local storage set item, it will be SS token, and then it will be data.ss token. Okay, so that will be the case. However, we may be repeating this, so let's just go, and somewhere here I will just create a helper function, store SN token to local, and we will provide SS token, that will be string, and we don't need to return anything, and all it does is, so the reason behind using this is we don't need to write the same code twice, so I can just do data.ss token, and also I can do the same thing here. So far so good, but we should do error handling and showing error to UI, so that is something we need to do. So we need to save this error somewhere. Usually when you have state management, we are showing it there. Additionally, the same kind of thing we can even do inside signup. So instead of doing signup here, we can do signup somewhere here, so in a separate function, and then from there we can have async or something, and then whenever we have error, we can save another error here, and then we can just have some if error and then the option of error. So we can do that, but that is up to you. That is your homework. You can do it. I can review your code if you tag me somewhere, but that is up to you. And I will do the same thing here also, so you should be able to do that. All right, so now let's go here, let's clear everything, and then let's go to application, and we are in local storage. We don't have anything, so if we go and sign up, we are getting error, of course, because we already have that thing there. However, if I go here and I make this 2, I go and I have SS token, and this SS token, if we go to JWT decode, it actually has all the information we need. So it says that we are logged in, true, and our email address is this. So that's the information we will use in our route control, and that's what we are going to do the next. Okay, so let's go to our component here, and inside component I will create a folder called route restriction, and here I will have 2 files or 2 components. One is private routes, and then another is public route. And the information that I'm going to do now is actually all included in this video, so please go and watch this video if you want to understand everything in detail. So here we are, and I'm going to create this one here, and I'm going to create this one here. So with these two, we will be controlling our route. Private route, I need to know if user is actually authenticated or not. So that's what I will need. So for that, what I can do is, well, let's just say use auth, and that will give us Boolean value. So what we do in use auth is we'll try to see if we have SS token or not. So let's go here and let's say let SS token is local storage get item, and we have SS token. These kind of things, it's also a good practice to have a folder called constant and then have this value in constant and export them, so that way in auth services here we will actually not type it manually, or instead of that we will actually import it from the constant. And creating constant is nothing, we will just need to do export const, and then we will just write the variable name and do this, and then actually import this and then use that instead. For example, something like that. So that way we will have a better practice, but I'm not going to do it because we only have maybe 2 places where we will do it. For now I'll just do return false. So what we want to do here is we want to see whether we have SS token or not. So if we don't have SS token, that means it's false. That means we don't have anything authenticated. If we have SS token, we will also like to do a couple of things. So the first thing is we want to decode. So there is some package, let's see, JWT token decode npm. So okay, so it has 5 million, so maybe this is good. So all it does is we do that and we will get the decoded. All right, sounds good. So let's go to client here and add JWT decode. Okay, so let's go here, and what we have to import. Okay, let's just copy this, and also let's just do decode it. So if we have that, const decoded is actually SS token, and we can actually have type. Do we have some type? What is the token? So if we go here, we may get something. Let's go to our backend here. In the middleware we have auth, and this is what we need. So we'll just go here and actually create some type. Type token type. So we will have email, that's a string, and that's boolean. Okay, so that's what we have, and we can even do SS token type. All right, so we have already decoded, and then the next thing is from here we can now get the email address of our authenticated user if we want to do something, and also from here we can see that whether someone is logged in or not. So if decoded dot is logged in, then we are returning true. So this is all we want for now, and actually it's a better practice to save this somewhere because we need to also have that value in public route. So or we can export from here. You know what, I'll just go here, just have some util folder and just say use auth, and basically going to take all these from here, pass it here, and then I'll just say export default use auth. All right, don't know if this will work, but let's try. And then here import use auth from use auth. Okay, sounds like a good plan. So we already have all these. So the next one is inside here we want const, and all we want is is logged in, and that is we get from use auth. So we get true or false. After returned, we can do some check, and that is if someone is logged in. If that's the case, then we can have outlet, and that comes from React router DOM. And if it's question mark, if logged in, if not, then I want to use navigate, and where I want to navigate user is we want them to navigate to login page. So this is all this private route does, is if someone is authenticated, it will let them go whatever the route they are requesting. If not, it will do the navigate to login. And now we have to actually go back to our routes here, and then here we need to import private routes. Okay, and then so now we have this imported. We need to modify these routes the way we handle, and then make them something. So first thing, let's go. I'll just have this leave small comment. So wrap all the private routes that needs authentication here. So what we can do is we can still use the same route, and I will call it path still this one as it is, but inside element what I want to call is, instead of this dashboard, I want to call it private route. And now I'm not going to close it, because that's how you can do children. And by the way, it shouldn't be this, it should be like this. So the idea is, in this new React router, which I have already made video about, and please go there and watch all this video. There is all the GitHub, everything, you can see it. All right, so we have our main route, and inside that we are wrapping. So if you don't want to wrap anything, there is a closing bracket. It's basically how the component work, and this is technically a children of this component. Okay, so that's what it looks like: sub route, children, nested, however you say. So here in the main, or in the parents, we have private route, and then we have this children. But let's do something. I'll just duplicate this, and here I actually want to use something called navigate, and then we can also do direct, but there is something called replace, and I have explained all of these in my video that I have been referring here. So then here, instead of this, we'll do dashboard. So now a very short explanation. What I'm doing here is we are wrapping this inside private route, and then this and these are same. So you know, when you just have one slash, that means they are all in home level. And then from here I have this dashboard, so this falls inside this slash and dashboard. And then so here what we are saying is, whenever someone comes to our home page, home URL, that is basically when you type google.com, you are in the slash, that's the main thing. And then if you type /login /signup or anything, then you will have something else. Okay, so in this case we have the home route, and then we have the dashboard routes. Let's save it. Let's go here, and if I try to go here, okay, so I go to dashboard, however it's not showing our dashboard items. Okay, let's see what's happening. So it says we don't have any route that matches dashboard, so that's the reason. And why are we having that? Okay, so let's go here. I'll just copy this one, and then it will replace to dashboard, and this is a dashboard route. Okay, so we just had some typo there. Now it's all good. So the idea is whenever we type something, it automatically takes us to dashboard, and if we type this also takes. So we are now inside our dashboard, and that's looking good. And if you notice, we are getting to that route only when we are authenticated. So to test that, if we go here, if I remove this SS token, if I refresh, it will actually redirect us to the login page. Okay, that's what we wanted. So the next thing is we will go to public route. So basically I'll just copy everything from private route and we will go to public route. I'll just change this to public route. Okay, and then what we can do is we can just reverse this. So how can we reverse this? Okay, let's think of it. So I can cut this, and then I do something like that, and here we can do dashboard. So the idea is when someone is already logged in, we want to navigate them to dashboard, otherwise we will do the outlet. Okay, so now let's go back to our routes, and where do we have that? Here, and let's import public routes, and then we will use the same technique here. So we will have route, we will have path, and then we will have element, and then we will have public route, and we do something like that. Okay, so instead of closing it, we want to wrap it inside here, and then let's just command X here. So now let's see if we can do something. Okay, so we have now basically followed the same principle. I'm not exactly sure if this will work. Let's try. So if we try to go to this route, okay, it takes us to login, and that's good. And if we log in, so do I even remember the password? Let's see if I have this. If I can log in, oh, it says sign up. Okay, so we haven't even attached a login at all. So let's go to sign up, and let's try to sign up. Let's just say user and the password is 123. So let's sign up. So we have SS token. So if we refresh this, it should actually take us to dashboard, and it does. Okay, so now if you try to go to login page, it takes you to dashboard. If you try to go to sign up page, it will take you to dashboard because we are logged in. So this is working perfectly as we wanted. We want to also do something that when someone successfully logs in or signs in, we want them to be redirected to the dashboard. So that's one thing we will do, and we will also handle the login case. Once we are done with those two, we will be done for today's video. So let's go and let's handle those. Okay, so the first thing, let's go and let's actually create a logout. Okay, because I think we will need that. So let's go to app bar here, and we have a profile, and then we can also have logout, and we have to show logout only when someone is logged in. So I think we need to use our use auth also here. So let's go here, const is logged in. Let's use auth. So now we can use is logged in for something. So let's say if we have someone is logged in, then we want to show logout. So I want to have it label as logout, and on click we'll just call logout function, and probably we will use this logout function, or we will have that inside our use auth, which was inside util. So let's go here and logout. So that's a function, and what we want to do when someone logs out is we just want to take the SS token away. So local storage dot remove item, and this is the reason why I said we should have some sort of constant. So we should do that, and additionally we should also redirect to login page, and we can do that multiple ways, but for now let's just have the manual way. We should be taking some history or something from the React router DOM and then using that. So let's do that later, but for now we have this logout that we can use already. So let's go to app bar, and then here we can also have something called logout, and we can just call that logout here. Then let's go to login page. So here when someone we want to do login, and then we just want to pass login payload. All right, I think we have now pretty good. So if someone tries to go there, they are there. And now let's do user at user.com. We give the password, I do enter, and if I refresh, yes, we are there. So that's good. One thing I will do is, instead of having it in use auth, I'll just copy this and let's go to auth service, and I will have logout also here. Kind of makes sense. So here we should not take this from there, but logout should come from services. All right, so we have that. Also thinking that actually I don't want anything, we only want logout. We can somehow use this use navigate. Let's see if we can use it. So for now let's just have callback. I will just do any. Obviously you can even have this type declaration for navigate and everything. I will just have this any for now, and then I'll just like to call this. So the idea with this would be, in app bar here I will remove this, but I will just do use navigate, and then I will have navigate is use navigate. So in logout here, instead of that, we'll pass some callback, and that callback will be navigate, and then it says where we want to navigate. So we want to navigate to login. I'm not exactly sure if this will work, but let's try. So let's go here and let's have a console log. Oh, okay, it says CB is not a function. However, it actually does the job. And if that's the case, let's replicate this same thing. So instead of CB, I will write redirect to, and for now I'll just call this to, and that will be string, and that will be void. I'm not sure if this will exactly work, but let's just do, and it seems like it's not. Oh no, that's not to, that's redirect to. And yeah, so actually we don't need this. We don't need this, so let's just call this, and then we are getting this problem because, okay, so it's that type, it's a navigate function, and that's the reason we are having that one. So actually let's go and let's try to give this type here instead of our custom type. Okay, and then it will expect something. So okay, let's try to fix this by calling this function. So we can actually call this function here. That's interesting. So I will say to login, and the good part of that is we actually can just pass this function. So I'm not still sure if that will work or not, but let's try. So if this works here, then let's try to use this same principle in login. So we have a payload, and then the payload is not enough, so we want to have also redirect to, and let's just do, so we have this function here, and then we have sign up, and we have this function here, and then I'll just copy this one. So after this, what we want is we want to navigate to dashboard, and then that's the same case here. Now we will have a problem, and we have to solve that problem by using exactly the same theory like here. So somewhere here we would like to have that navigate, and it comes from use navigate, and then here with that we also want to pass this navigate function, so we can do that, and then we need to do the same thing in login, and here also I will do the same thing. I will import use navigate from here, and then here I will pass the navigate function. Okay, so let's try. So if everything works, I'll just refresh. So we don't have anything. Let's clear this. We go to user@user.com and 1 2 3 login. Yes, so we are redirect to the dashboard. We don't have any warning here. We log out, we are here. So far we have done pretty good job in doing all the user authentication and everything, and I'm sure even when we sign up, new user.com, and we have sign up and it redirects us. That's good. We can be redirected multiple times, so that's good. Our redirection are working good. if we go to login, it will redirect us here, and then it will redirect us to the login page. And then if we try to go somewhere here to dashboard, it will also take us there, and we can sign up and we can log in. All right, so we have done pretty nice job. And then there is just one last thing I would like to show you, and that is if we go to the network tab. So let's go and let's register our user, and we will do 1 2 3. We are logged in. So now when we try to create URL, so let's say YouTube, I think we already have that URL exists. So when I do this, okay, so this is what I was looking for. The idea is that every time we are making this call, we are sending in backend the token. That's the same token we have saved here. So we are sending that token. We are using this get auth token, and if we go to our user router here, so whenever someone sign up, we are doing everything, and after all the things we are using this middleware here, and then that takes care of generating this SS token and also finally sending this back as a response. Now we have to make sure that whatever this token we have created, we have to authenticate this token, we have to verify it, and we have to know whether this token actually originated from our server or not. And then if everything is good, we will decode this token, and then from there we will get email, and then we will use that email to identify whether the user exists in our database or not. And if user exists, then we will let that user do a next step. Okay, so to do this, I will try to use this new thing from Microsoft, and this is a chat in Bing. So let's go here and let's ask it to write token is not valid, send error to user. Okay, so let's try and let's see what happens. Okay, this looks pretty much interesting. However, let's try to do so that rename with verify SS token and convert this to TypeScript. Okay, I think this is pretty good. I can still write more things here and then just tell that it should be Express, and then it will probably change a lot of things. However, I will just copy this. It has already done a good job for us, and I'll just go here. So we will have this verify SS token, and this I will just change it to proper type, and then the next will be next function. That's good. And this is also almost good, except we have authorization and we have bearer. So this authorization should change something like this. Actually, I can even do nope. Authorization, yes, like that. Well, we can leave this authorization as it is, and we'll just go and change it in our front end here. So instead of auth, we can do auth here, so that way we have everything sync. Obviously we can also have that. In that case, we just need to go to our type definition here and modify something there. So let's not do that. Let's just have authorization here, and if there is no token, we are passing that. If there is token, we are trying to do something here, and that is something like that, because that's what we used when we were generating that. And we have to also do one more thing, and that is replace. And this is something we need to do. Either we have that or we have that. And the reason why I'm doing that is, if you see here, we are actually attaching it, and we just want to split that there. Okay, so that's all we want to do. And then we already have that, and we have that, and here, instead of user doing like this, I want to do user like this. Okay, Okay, so this should be pretty good actually. Let's just try here. So I have to export this function. Let's just okay. Now I can just say verify SS token. So this is the idea of middleware. It stays in the middle, it does its job, and then what are we getting here? So okay, no problem here. I just need to do something like that. Okay, we have all good. Now let's go here and let's try to create something here. So if I go here and if I try to create something, I'm actually getting this, which I should not be getting. So this, okay, oh, we have already changed this, so that's why it's going through. That's interesting. So everything looks good. Let's log out and let's log in again. Okay, now let's try to create something, and I think it should do good here, and it does good. Okay, so looks like everything is working as intended. However, let's go to URL post here, and then let's go to body and let's try to do something, and we are getting 500 internal server error, and I don't know why is that. So let's go and let's check it out. So are we even getting to here? Okay, we are not even getting there. So the problem is not related to SS token, but it is related to something else. Or not. Let's check. Okay, so we are not even calling that route, so something definitely is problem here. We have API URL, and okay, it says cannot read properties of undefined SS token. So it actually went here somewhere, it looks like. Let's see. Okay, so it actually got called, and then we have headers, and obviously we don't have anything there, so then that will be empty. So in that case we go to error, and then the error says cannot read properties undefined replace. All right, I was kind of doubting that, and I can just do this, and that way we can go here and call it again, and this time let's see, it goes there. Okay, so this time it went through, and it just says no token provided, and that's okay, because that means we are here and we don't have any token. So we need to generate token, and then only we can do that. So to generate token, we need to go here to login. Let's go here and log in, and now we have this SS token. So we can go here in the headers. I can just write some more things, or can I do it in params? No. Okay, I have to write authorization bearer and that. And now if I were to create, in this case we actually have headers and we have authorization, and you see this is passed correctly, so it should go somewhere here, and it goes there. It should also go here, and it goes there. So let's clear these breakpoints, and it has passed from here, and it's now creating everything, and I'm sure we will get data back in Postman. So this is how it works. So whether you have tokens, so if we were to take something away from here, so in this case we do have token, but these tokens should be invalid. So let's try, and you see it says invalid token. Alright, so the majority of our task is already done. That was verifying. However, there is one more thing I want to do. So if we go here in decoded, actually it only gives us these properties, and that shouldn't be the case because we want a whole user. So let's try first going to here. So we can try from here. So we are here. Now if you go to decoded, you see we already have expiry, and then we just have user at this, and he's logged in true, and that's not the case we want. We want actual user. So we need to do something here. So from decoded, what we can do is we can have user modal, and then let's just go and make this here. So what we can do actually is change this to async function, and then here we can do const user. Actually, to do that we need to do something interesting here. So that can be try and catch, and then here we can do const user, and then user is user modal dot find, and we just do email, and then we have decoded dot email. All right, so we have that, and then instead of these two, we can do something, and that is this will be user, and then the next, and if something happens, then we can still use something like that and just say invalid user. All right, so this is complaining us, and I think the reason it is complaining us is this is async, and okay, so this user will have everything, and then this says it's missing something. So what it is missing? Well, I can do just user type, and this will be solved. However, okay, let's go to URL route, not URL route. Let's go to user route, and let's see what we have done for user. Okay, here it is taking pretty much user type. Okay, and that's good. And then here also we are getting user type. Okay, so let's go to our services, and what we have done here. Well, it actually is giving this back. That's working pretty good. Okay, so let's just copy this. I have no idea why it's creating a problem. All right, I just did a quick fix, and now we actually have everything, and we don't have any more warnings. So what we can do is let's test it. So here in the URL router, somewhere here, we can do some test. So let's go here, let's create, and here we should actually already have our user attached to request. So let's go to request. Okay, so we have user here, and we have all the emails, we have full names and everything, and that's what we wanted. So now because of our this awesome middleware, which not only checks whether the user is authenticated or not, it also gives us all the information required for user. So for here now in our URL service, we can pass that user, and then we can use that user to attach the relation with this URL generation. Let's go to our user model here, and one way to do this kind of thing is here we can have something called URLs, and these URLs can be the relation of this so URL model, and that way every time we are creating this kind of new URL, we are not only creating the URL using this URL model, but we are also posting. So if we go to services here, what we can do is when we have a create URL, after the URL is being created, here we have this URL. So after we save this, we can also attach this to user. So that is one way, and the idea of doing that is whenever we get our user, we get inside user there will be relation which will be URLs, and then there will be all the URL. And that's okay, and that's good. However, there is one problem, I don't like to deal with it, and maybe I don't know properly how to do this Mongoose or NoSQL, and that is every time we try to do update, then we have to find this and do this update separately. If you know the better way, you can just write it in the comment, and I may use that in future video. However, today I'm just gonna go in a simple way, and simple way is inside this URL model here somewhere. Now that we have our user relation here in our URL, the next is to create a route, and then that route is used to fetch all the URL for our user. Okay, also I went to this auth token, and here in the generate SS token I have attached ID also. Earlier we only had email and this. Now we will also have user ID. I don't know if I will use that or not, but just in case. And now let's go to router, and one way is inside URL router we can get everything by passing certain user ID there, or another is we can also get user by ID, and then there we can have a relation where there will be URL, and then we will have all the URL also attached there. I like to go in this way because for me, when I say get user by ID, I just want to get user and nothing else. And then we can also define in the query params what are the relation we want to fetch in. However, this one seems better, and it's just a preference, it's just your design pattern. You can do however you think is better for you. Okay, so let's just go here. Actually, let's just go and copy this one. And then here, instead of URL code, what I will do is I will have user and I will have user ID. Okay, and that way, because if I only give user ID, it will get confused whether it's a URL ID, because these two will look pretty similar, and that's not what we want. So I just want to give user and then user ID, so that way we have some separation between those. And then the next thing is I want to call verify SS token, and that way we know that the user is authenticated. Okay, that's good. So the next thing is let's get user ID from request.params.user ID. So we are doing exactly the same thing we did here, and then we want to make sure that this user ID is the same one as this authenticated user ID, and this is also now the pattern and the design. If you are going to allow any user or any other user to access some other users list, in that case you don't need to check this. However, in this case we want to make sure that only the authenticated user who is that user can access the list of the same user, or only you can access your own list. Okay, so I want to check that if user ID not equals to request, and we will get user from here dot id, not here, sorry, id. Okay, if that's the case, then we want to do something. I will just say status 401 JSON SS denied. Okay, that's good. And then I will also do return, so we don't call anything else after that. And then if this is all good, then we have to write something. Okay, so let's go to URL services, and again this is also pattern. Do you want to do that inside user services, or you want to do inside URL services? Since we are accessing URL, so we will go with URL, but also we are accessing URL for users, so you can also go with user. Okay, but that's all about your preference. So let's do here get URLs for user, and that will be a async function, and we are expecting user ID, and that is a string. And then here we will have try and catch, and if we have some issue, then we can just say throw new error, and the new error can be internal server error. By the way, we are using something like this now. This is a new pattern, but in previous videos or previous part we have only passed error and error, and actually these are pretty confusing way of dealing it. The better would be if you have error handler somewhere where you have defined all different kinds of error, and then that way you can just import those and then send it, so that your user or front end will always get kind of same error, because that way it's also easier to show things and use translations and so on. I'm just telling you all this so that if you want to actually make your organized folders and organize a pattern of errors and everything, then you can do that. Additionally, you can also have some logger and so on. Okay, but here we will move forward. So now we have to get something that has all those. Okay, so let's go here, and by the way, we could actually make this also index true, and then here what we can do is const URLs is url.find, and then what I can do is give here user ID is user ID. All right, so this way we have that, and then we can actually return URLs. And here what I can do is it actually returns all the URLs. So array type of URL, I'm not so sure. Let's just, okay, it doesn't do. Let's see what this will be. So what we can do is actually I can just copy this. Let's go here I will not make this optional. Name will be optional. All right. So here, instead of this, I will just, let's actually also go here. Okay, we have everything imported. URL type. Okay, that's good. So let's just go here. URL type. And that should be array of URL type. Okay, so we have some problem here. So in our user case, we had those, and in URL, we have created, updated, name. It's all good. I think the reason is because of this. Okay, that should be good, and we are still getting some problem here. Okay, anyway, let's just have a breakpoint here. Let's just do console log and just have URLs and do URLs. Okay, and it still has some problem. For now, let's just take away the types from there, and let's just deal with it. We'll fix the type later because this is a TypeScript project, so we want to fix it. And we have URL router. So let's go to Postman. First thing, we want to log in. So let's log in. Okay, so we have this token here, and then let's just go here in the authorization headers here. Okay, that's all we need, except it should be A, and it should have bearer, and this one, that's good. And then okay, so we want this kind of request here. And also it's a good practice that if you actually make a collection here in Postman, and then you have base URL and everything, so you don't have to do all these kind of things. But I'm lazy person here, so user, and then we need user ID. Okay, so to get user ID, let's go here, and then let's go here, decode JWT, and then I'll just go here. Okay, so we have ID, that's good. Additionally, we can also use email. So not user, so we have no, not here. Here we have this. So this is all we are doing here, and then we have to go to our router again. So let's go to URL router. So here, when we have that, we want to get data, and then the data will be get URLs for user, and here we are passing user ID. Okay, and then here we can say the response.status is successful, and then we can give JSON data. And I think there is something I need to do because it will have maybe unnecessary data, I don't know. We will just only know it once we check it. So now let's go here and then, okay, so actually URLs are blank, empty. All right, so finally I figured it out, and there was something I was missing it from the very beginning. So the idea is, whenever you are creating your Mongoose schema, it's a good practice to actually use everything in lowercase, and even better if you do it in like this kind of plural, and then the same thing also here. So I had to modify this because I actually had it in capital letter and something, and then when I changed that, and I deleted everything from my collection, and now when I actually try to call something, then we actually have this. So for that I had to also create a new user and everything. So for example, if we go to playlist here, and let's copy this one now, and I will say this is playlist. Okay, so we have this, and now we should have 2 items, and here you go, we actually have 2 items. So we just needed these, but it was a pretty long debugging session, almost took my 20 minutes, but that's how you do it, and that's how actually in real life things happens. Always better option would be to use this kind of schema properly, and then someone from this Stack Overflow actually saved my day. So here they say that the Mongoose modal, we have to use this like pluralized, and then you know there were some other user was also doing some similar thing. I just followed it, I restarted everything, and then voila, everything is working. Okay, that's good. So let's go back to our router here, and then in the URL router, actually this is already good. And then for the cats, we actually haven't done any sort of catching, and I don't know if we want to do it. Probably we want to do it, otherwise why to have that? So here also let's just do status 500 JSON internal server error, and then I will already do this here. And again, like I said earlier, it's better practice actually already to do those kind of things also here, or not here, sorry, here. So we are throwing it from here. I don't know which one will be called, but this is how it is. And also if you go here and if you try to pass some weird thing here, and then if you try to do that, then that will not work, and this will work. And then also if you have some wrong user ID, let's say 3, and even though we actually have SS token, even though we are authorized, we will get this SS denied because these 2 users, they don't match. Okay, so let's do undo here, and we have this. Now we can use this in our front end, and then we can actually show this kind of list, and then we will have edit and everything, and those are something first thing first, to have this table we need data, and for that let's do a couple of setup here. So first thing, I will go here in the URL type, and I will copy this type, and then we will also need that here in our front end. So let's do that first. And then second thing is we have these services, so let's create something called URL. Okay, so we will do that. And then in URL service, we need to do a couple of things. First thing is we want to import HTTP client. That's what we want to do. And then we also want to have our get auth user. If I remember correctly, that's what we have from util, and then use auth. Okay, and then we need types, so let's also do that URL type here. Okay, so I think this is enough. So now let's create our service. So this will be get URL for user, and itself will be a async function, and we will be returning something in promise, and that will be array, and the type is URL type. Okay, so since this is async, so we will be having promise written, and then that will return array of URL type. Here we go. First we need user ID, because without user ID we can't actually fetch stuff for user, right? So this is good. The next is let's open try catch block, and then here output to do, so you can do a better error handling, showing something in the UI and so on, or if you have a state management, then passing it, or if you have a snack bar and then showing there and those kind of things. However, in our case, we will just do error and we will also return error. Okay, so we don't have this, so we need to go and create this. So for that, let's go inside our use auth, and we can actually even pass our user here. But the problem is this React has issue with whenever we use something with use, it consider it as a hook, and then it will not let us use it here because this is actually not a component. Okay, so obviously we can just change this name, but also we can do something else. So let's try to do something else. Just go here and then I will create this. So now we have this function called get auth user, and it has these kind of things. So we have decoded and everything, and then let's see. So this SS token type will have email and is logged in. If I remember correctly, we have also passed some ID. So this SS token we need to also modify here, and then here we need to give a string. All right. Okay, so this looks pretty good. So next, let's go to dashboard and let's do everything in dashboard. And then later, maybe in future videos, I will try to optimize this. I can already see that we have this post here. This should also go here in the API services here and so on. But as I said, let's make things working first and then let's clean the mess. Okay, so what we want to do, we will like to have a data here. So the data will be, okay, so let's go under here and I will create a new variable from use state and something like that. We can already give the type here, and then the type will be array of URL type. That's the thing, and we can call it URL data, yes, and set URL data. Okay, I think that's good in here. Actually, let's give a better name. So I will say user URL data, even though we know it's user's URL data, but let's just write it here. So we have this and we will be setting everything here. So the next thing is we want to fetch URLs for user. So somewhere here, let's have a function called fetch URLs for user, and this will be a sync function. And then let's have a try catch, even though we are actually not handling any error. We'll just at least console log, and then in the try we will just say URL data is await, and we have this get URLs for user, and that comes from our services folder here. So that's what we are using, and then we'll just do that because we don't need to pass there anything. And if we have that, then we can set this with URL data. And then the next is we have to call this. So let's just use React use effect, and there are changes with use effect and other hooks, and I'm planning to make a separate video about that. However, for now, let's just do something like this. Okay, so if everything is good, then we should be actually fetching users data, and we should be already setting that here. And now we can actually just check it. So let's go here, and then I will have something. What is this? So that is here, and then I'll just user URL data map, and that will be data. And then I can just say in the p data dot name. Let's just do so. And I'm getting some problem here. Okay, I think so. And you can see we have data. Now we have data. Let's go and let's create a table. So we can inside component, we can call URL table, or we can even just call table and then make it generic. But for now, let's just do URL table here, and it will be URL table.tsx. And I guess we want also CSS. So here we have table, and then okay, so I paused the video and I quickly created a table, so I will walk you through. So this table will take some props. So one prop will be columns, and the column will be the array of column. And what is column? A column will just have label and field. Okay, and you will understand what is label and field. So basically all these things what we are showing here, these are label. Okay, name is label, link is label, that is what we render in the UI. However, if you check the data that what we were getting earlier, so in this case we have this created it, we have updated, and that's something we don't want to show it in the UI, because for user it doesn't make sense what is URL code or what is for example created it. Okay, it might make sense, but still we don't want to write it like this. So we may want to write like edit date or whatever. So this is something we will be using internally. However, label is something we will be showing externally. So that's what label, and field is basically all the field that we are getting from the backend. So those are the field. So that's column, and then row is basically, it can be anything. So it can be all these things, but it can also be anything. So that's why we are making like this. And the whole idea of this is we can use this table, even though now it's URL table, but we can make it generic. So that's the whole idea. So no matter whatever you pass the column, and then whatever rows you pass, as long as the field in the column name and then the rows match, then this table should work. That's the idea. So that's why I created this. If you just see the table itself, then it's just a table. I have the class name and it has d head, and basically heading is just looping through everything inside the column, and then we are giving the field as column, and then we are printing the column label. And then if you go in the body section, here we are looping through all the rows we have. So that's basically each of these rows, and each of those rows will also have column, and it needs to have column. Okay, so again we are looping through column inside, and then we have this td here. So what td is it is printing the row. So row is whatever the row we get, and then the name of the column or the field of the column. So let's say when we want to print name, it will be any row of that array, and then it will pick this name. So that's what we are doing it. So it's almost like row, and then the name of the field will be, for example, created it. So it's like that. Okay, so that's what we are doing, and we are also generating this ID a bit of unique way, and this should do the job. And we still have to handle it for the mobile and such, but for now let's just deal with a desktop version. And then I also went here and just added like very basic CSS, just some color, some font size, and some font weight, and that's it. Pretty basic steps, and everything is there in the GitHub repo, so you can just take it from the repo if you are confused. So let's go to dashboard, and then let's import our URL table here. So I'll just go here. Okay, so we have URL table there. And then what we can do is we can somewhere here. Now instead of this, instead of this, what we can do is we can create URL table, and remember it will require some props here, and that is columns and rows. Okay, so what will be columns? That's first thing, and then what will be rows? That's second thing. So we need to generate some column from our data, and we also need to probably do something with rows from our data. Okay, columns, we can pass an array here, and we can actually even have something separate. So let's just create somewhere here const table column, and that will be an array. Okay, so this is what our table column will be. So the label is whatever we want to give, and the field should exactly match with our data structure here. So that's what we should do, and these are the thing we have. And actions is something we don't have in our data structure, but we will be using that to render this kind of actions. So that's our table column, and we can just go and pass it here. So the rows is something we will be getting from data here. So if you see, there are a couple of things we want to do. For example, this URL code, we don't want to return it as it is. We want to modify it, attach our base URL there. That's the first thing. And then there is added date and actions. Okay, so let's try to do something first. So let's go here, user URL data. Let's do that. And let's try to see, do we have? Okay, so there is some problem here. URL, maybe I have imported something wrong here. Yes, I did. Okay, so you can see we already have item here, and we have name, we have link. So this is something we have to modify, and then this is something we have to modify. Okay, so for that I will create a helper function, and then we will be using that helper function somewhere. So, and we want to do a couple of things here. So we want to return, we would like to take something here. So data will be URL type. I guess that's what we want. And then we'll return something. We'll write that later. So what we want to return? We want to return everything that data has. And then we want to also render URL code as combination of something. So it will be this base URL, and then in actual case it will be your domain URL, and then this code, because that's what we want to show to our user. That's one thing. And then instead of just showing created add, let's add this library called moment. Okay, so let's import moment here. And by the way, there is probably a new thing nowadays, that is something called Intel or something with date, that you don't even need a moment for this kind of thing. However, for now I will just use moment, and I will just do data dot created add, because it may be string, so we want to make sure it's a number. And then do I need to divide it by 1000? I'm not so sure. Let's do something like this. And then yeah, and then we have to do also something with action. And for now I'm just gonna do div test. Okay, let's just see whether it renders React node or not. And then we need to use this function here. So let's do map and do something like that. Okay, now if you go here, yes, we have some date, and we have this link. We should also make this clickable, but at least we are not getting anything with actions, and most probably we also didn't do this. Okay, so that's good. We have all these, and this should be pretty good. Go and let's start attaching action there. And to attach action, I may want to do something. So instead of this, I will create a function, and that function will be render actions, and I will be creating it here. So let's go here, and then it will be a render action function that will take data as URL type, and that will give us React node, and then basically I can do something like that. It will be a div, and then we need a button, actually 2 buttons. So one will be edit, and this time I'm going to use just this style, so I'm not going to create a class name and such. And then we already have render actions, however it needs to give us data. So now you see we have edit here and we have delete here, and if I click it, I'm not getting anything, and that's not what we wanted. So when we click, we wanted at least some data ID. What's that data ID? Let's refresh it. Okay, so I didn't get anything when I click on edit. Okay, so the reason is we are not doing console log here. Now you can see we get ID, and probably with ID, or even if we want, we can even get whole data here. So now if I refresh this page, you see I get whole data here, I get whole data here. So that way we can use this data to edit and then delete. Okay, so it's working pretty good. So the next thing is, obviously we have to hide all these things when we have table, and maybe have a button somewhere here and everything, but that will be the last video I will be dealing with. But before that, let's make the main thing working. And for that, next thing is, I'm just kind of a bit lost here. Okay, so one thing we can do is mobile version. All right, you know what? Let's go and let's do the mobile version. Okay, so let's find a way to identify whether we are in mobile or not. So I will have a boolean value here. And well, if we will go with mobile first approach, then we should be keeping this true, but we now went with a desktop first approach, and it kind of looks until here pretty good. So if we break it around 769, which is pretty standard way, then I think we will be good. Okay, so how can we identify whether something is mobile or not? Sure, we can also use some class name and do media query there, but for now I'll just go with window size. So let's use React use effect, and actually this is not related to React at all. This is mostly JavaScript thing. So what we can do is we can create a function called handle window size, and that will create UI event. So this is pretty native here, already built in. So then what I want to do is I want to have width, and that will be no, it's not width. First we need window. Yeah, well, I think I'll just write W. So that will be ether target as window. Yes, okay. And now we can have window, and we can get a lot of things from window. So if window dot, you can see it has inner height, inner width, and basically everything. So that's almost same as when we do window. You see we get all this window, and then if I do window dot inner width, okay, window dot inner width is 982. We are checking inner width, and if inner width is 769 or less, then we were setting is mobile to true. If not, we are setting that again back to false. We also want to do something window head event listener, and then we want to listen it when we have resizing, and then we use this return in React use effect, and that way we will clear this resize event that we initiated. So whenever this component unmounts, then we are also clearing that, and that way we are sure that it doesn't stay there forever. So now let's actually take this out, and then you know my old technique, and that is render desktop view. We can surely create a separate component, but I don't want that. And this will be our desktop view, and I already have a mobile view also. And then here in this, let's create a fragment. So what we can do is we can check is mobile. If that's the case, we will render mobile view. If not, we will render desktop view. Okay, so what I have in render mobile view is I'm just using only t head. It may be empty pattern, but this does the job. And then in there, inside first I'm looping through rows.map, because I want if you see here in the design, I want this color background kind of row there. And then also if you see in the design, we need this name for every cases. Here we only need it in the header, but we want that almost in each of the rows. So that's why I'm looping through head here, and then inside the head I'm looping through column, and then I'm giving this kind of thing. So the label of the column here we only had once, but here for each row we need this kind of column name. So that's why we are giving that. And then basically whatever I did here, I'm doing the same thing. The only difference is here we were doing in TD, here we are doing here inside row, because that's how we are rendering things. So let's save this. Let's go here. So this is our desktop view. If I refresh, this is desktop, and please have an eye on here. So as it goes down 769, you can see it went there. Okay, so we have something like this, and then if I clear everything, if I delete, okay, we are getting that data. So everything is good except the CSS part. So let's go here. I have this CSS here. I paused the video and I did. So table head, I'm having margin bottom here, And then per mobile table, so I added, if you see here, I still have this main table, so we are still using the main class, but I have this optional for mobile table. And then just for these, I just did a couple of these kind of things, and that's it. So now if we go here, you can see that we have this pretty close to our design. Sure. And if you see, we are also printing action here. However, we don't have that in the design. And one way to hide it is you can just pass here that hide label, and for everything we can just have false, or this can be even optional. However, for something where we don't want, we can even say hide label in mobile. For example, if we do something like this, and then if we go to our URL table, we need to also have this one more option. So let's go here. I was actually planning to give this task for you, however I ended up doing it myself, looks like. So here in the mobile view, we can check here conditionally. So okay, actually this P itself is a bad choice. So first of all, I don't want this P to be here. Okay, and then the next thing is, if that's the case, okay, I think this is pretty good. So we have that, and if I go now here, and if I make this false, then we are getting actions. If I make this true, then we are not getting actions. Okay, so I already noticed a couple of bugs. First one is whenever I refresh it, it shows the desktop view, and that is because it only start counting when we start resizing this. So that's one bug. And then you can improve other thing, for example adding the margin here, and then also this button can look like how it is in the design, but that's up to you. I'm not going to work on that. So far we already managed to make it pretty okay table and then render the data. Let's also try one more time. Let's go here and let's try to add this GitHub repo. Okay, so I added it, however this is not rendered here, and there is also improvement there that whenever we post something, we should refresh this list. If I refresh the page, you can see this one is here. So the next one is how to handle edit and delete. Delete is rather easy. Edit will require a little bit adjustment, that is we need to either take them to the new page here so that they can edit, or we can also have like some sort of view like that. And for that, first let's handle delete. Okay, so we need to go here in our backend. So let's go to server side. So we go here in route and we go in URL route. Somewhere here I will just go do delete, and then all we want is URL code, because that's kind of unique identifier. We even have it here in the git, and then we have in delete, and then we want to make sure that it's only accessible when someone is authenticated. And then I can copy something from here. Actually, I can copy something from here. Okay, so I have that code. If we don't have that, then we can say bad request, and then here now instead of get URL by So let's go inside services, and here somewhere delete and we want URL code that will be string, and then we will just do try catch. So if there is a problem, we'll just say it's a problem. If not, we will just try to do cons so we want to delete one, and what we want to delete, we want to delete something with URL code. I guess need to wrap like that, and then I just return. Okay, so this looks pretty good to me. Now we can go to router again, and then here instead of delete URL by delete code, and we can say this is successful, and we can data. Alright, so we have this, and let's go to our services here in, and then here we can also do const delete URL, copy this one here. So instead of user ID, what I can do is I can just go here and do URL code. That's good, that's good. I think this is pretty good. So now we can safely go to dashboard here, and then do I want to have a function here? Okay, so since we have page user, let's also do that delete URL. So code, and I will just write delete URL. Of course we will need URL code here also. Basically I'm repeating the same thing. Okay, so then all I need is this one here, wherever we are deleting. So what's it here? Yes, so I can do this and data.url code. Okay, so I don't think I need that as async function. Nope. And I don't need this await. Okay, so the reason behind that is not because of async and await, but because that function is somewhere outside. So let's do this. Now this should be good. Okay, let's try. Let's go to this test. Let's delete it, and we immediately got some problem here. So let's refresh and delete. Okay, so we have some course issue. Okay, so let's go check it out what we did. We definitely did some issue here. Okay, so we are trying to call router.delete. Okay, I think I may know the reason. Okay, so this is good. Let's go to our front-end services. And yes, this one here. So it should not be get, it should be delete. Okay, so because I did it get, so it thought that because get is here, no, actually here, and because it wants to redirect, so some weird things are happening there. I am sorry about that. Let's go now. Let's refresh. Let's clear this. Let's go to delete. Okay, so it did try to delete. It went here, it had this code, and then it says not found. But it is there, right? Okay, so it says not found. So I think that not found came from here. So we will use our favorite debugger here. So let's go to okay, so let's go inside here, delete user. So we are here in delete user. So what happens? I click this, it doesn't even go there, and then what about here? Okay, it doesn't even go there. What about here? Okay, I think my debugger is not working, so it is doing something. Alright, another problem. So you see, I have this, and it should be like that. So now if I delete, it comes here. If I do it, it goes here, and that's good. So let's remove all the breakpoints. Deleted successfully. So when we refresh, this should be gone, and that's gone. So I can also delete this, and it's gone. Of course, if we want to optimize it properly, we should tell user, and when the action is happening, we should do this button loading, and then say that this is deleted, and then refresh the list. So we are here in our project folder, and we will be focusing also in the server side and also in the front end. So we will be touching both part today. So let's go to first our client side. Actually, yeah, let's go to client side, and then I want to add something here, and that is React modal. So let's go here, and just to give you an idea, I'm going to use this package here. You can also build your own model. So we have some sort of documentation here, and the first thing is we have to bind it somewhere. So let's just go, and here in our maybe root folder, I'll just go here, and I will import this, import modal from React modal, and probably somewhere here. I don't need to do this, but I'll just go and attach root there, and it says that, let's see if we have types from there or not. So we have a modal, and I also installed type, and then we have attached this, almost following everything from what the documentation says. And there is also some sort of way to have custom styles and such, and we will also do that. Okay, so that part is good. Next, let's go and let's try to attach this modal somewhere. So to do that, we will go to our pages and then inside dashboard. So we have been doing everything here inside the dashboard. So once again, we'll do the same thing here in the dashboard. So let's go to dashboard, and then I'll just do React modal. Okay, so we have modal here, and when we have modal, we will also like to do a couple of things. So the first thing is I'll just do if the modal is open or not. Okay, so let's go here, and I'll just say here is edit dialog open, and also I will set something. So this is what we will be using to control the modal dialog. And then also I need to do something. Okay, so where am I going to? And then I'll create a function just like we have render URL and everything else. Somewhere here I will also go and I will do render edit modal, just like how we are doing here. So let's do the same thing, and then all these dots is it will render modal. So we'll return, and what we will return, we'll return a modal, and for now I will just do test. And then this requires something. So first of all, it is open, and you will get everything from here, documentation here. So you can just check it out. And I will just do something is open, and then the is open will be whatever we have given here. So let's just copy this, and then we need to render this edit modal. And where are we going to edit? Render the edit modal? That's an interesting question. So I would say somewhere here, I guess here, we can just do, okay. So now if I go here, okay, we are still getting some issue. So I just restarted it, and it works pretty good. So what we want to do here in edit modal is cancel, and then this will be a function, and this will be used to cancel things. So for example, I will say set to false, and you will understand why I'm using this as a separate function here, because we will be using it in multiple places, and you will see how many places we will be using, at least 2, I think. So there is something called on request close, and here we can use on cancel. And then for now, I think this is pretty good. Well, I think we also want to have some sort of modal. For now, let's just go here and let's just make this true, so we can see. Okay, so this is how our modal looks. And then I like to follow the same style. So we have content here. I can even copy this, and then maybe there are a couple of other things. So let's just go here and let's create some style somewhere here, maybe at the end. So I'll just have this modal style, and then we can have it here. So if I go to style, I can give it a modal style, So now if we go here, okay, this looks more like a model, and that's good. Okay, so the next thing is we want to have a couple of things inside here, but before that we need to go here and we need to have one more state, and then the state will be here. I can just go here and then do const and edit URL data. So this will be the data that we will be updating as we want to edit some row. So what I meant is we have this one here, this one here, or this one here. So whenever someone clicks, we will open the dialog that you saw earlier, and then we'll pass that data to be updated. Okay, so we will have something here, and then that data will be a type of URL. So it will be partial, meaning we don't need everything to be updated, but just a couple of things. Okay, so I think this is good, this is good. And then here I can also do something. So what I want to do is I want this data to be empty. So the idea is whenever someone cancels this or closes the dialog, we will want to clear everything, because we will be using same dialog for any of the rows. Okay, so we don't want that when we are trying to edit this row and then later we decided no, we don't want it, we want to edit this, then we don't want that data from this stays there, because we are only using one state. So that's why we want to clear the data, and that's good. And now we have almost everything we want to proceed. So let's just go here, and then in our design we have okay, that sounds good. So I will quickly go and I will put input and everything here, and then I'll come back. All right, so I now did a couple of things. So basically I have this S3 here, and I'm also giving some name here, and then I have text input, and then basically just trying to follow the same format here. I'm not going to use this sort URL because we are not editing sort URL. If you want to edit sort URL, then you will create a new sort URL. So that's not in use there. And then I also did one more thing. So what I did is, for example, this button, if you see, I have style here, and earlier we didn't have that as prop, so I added that. And then I also realized we need similar thing also for text input. So mostly we are using classes and CSS. However, in some cases like here, we just want a quick kind of a style here, such as margin, or in this case we just wanted some display flex and such. And for this kind of simple thing, I like to use this kind of style instead of again giving a class name and so on. So that's what I did. And now if we save it here, if we go here and if we try to edit, okay, so we are getting something. We have modal. Okay, I understand why we are getting that. So I haven't attached anything here, and I also need to make some modification here. So I will be doing that because we want that this dialog to be open. So there are several ways of doing it, and if we have some sort of state management, which probably we will be dealing in next video, then we will be doing this in different way. But for this video, because we have everything in this and we don't have any state management, so I'll try to do a little bit manual way. And what I meant by manual way is, if you see this value here, for example, this edit dialog, this is not accessible. So if you see the scope of this ends here, however our actions and editing, they all are here. Okay, so this edit and delete, they are out of the scope. So we have to somehow pass that data down there, at least for now. There are other ways to deal with that. So let's just hover over here and we just have that. So I will go here and I will exactly copy this like that, and then I'll go here and here. So along with URL data, I will also do something like this, and I will save it, and then I should be getting some issue here. Okay, and then this also lies somewhere outside, so I'll also give it here. And then when I do that, I need to break this. Okay, so to break this, well, actually I didn't need to break this, but I need to pass it here. Okay, so I did pass here, so now we have some issue here. And here we can do, so instead of map and this, I can do something like that with arrow function. And now we need to pass the data, and then we need to also pass set is dialog open. Okay, so you see that I started passing the thing from here all the way down there, so that our action here will get the access to it. Okay, so now when we do edit, we want to, instead of console logging data, we want to do something here. So the first thing is, I'm just thinking, is that enough, or do we also want to pass the data? I think we need to also pass the data. Okay, so that is not enough. Alright, so I also now passed our two setter function, both edit dialog and setting data, and this goes all the way here. And now inside edit button we have to use it. Okay, so the first thing we need to do whenever someone clicks on edit is we want to set true. But before doing that, we also want that we already have data, so, and the data is same as the data passed. Okay, so we are doing something like this. I just realized that instead of passing this one level here already in the action, I could have done something, because I already have data, and anyway I'm just calling function. However, we have two actions, so I think this is better this way. And anyway, if we want to refactor, I think we can save some space there, but for now this is good. Let's try. So when I click edit, you can see that we have this one, and this is Stack Overflow. However, if I cancel here like this, and if I want to click this one here, then you can see this is the one. So far we have done pretty good job. So we have the title, we have the dialog, and we have everything. So the last part to solve this puzzle is actually how to handle data when someone actually updates. At the moment we are just saying we are updating, but we don't have backend route and anything. So we will be doing that the next. So let's go to server side, and then here somewhere here, let's start from URL services. Okay, so in URL services we will be dealing with a couple of things. So we can actually even use some of the route here. So we need to create something. So let's do const, and then we can do update URL. Do we want to do, well, I think update URL is enough. Okay, so let's just start const, and we'll call update URL code. Actually, I'll just Control X this, and I'll put it above here. So I'll still call it update URL code, although I mean this name is a little bit confusing. I'll just go with it. You can even write just update URL or whatever you want. This will be a async function, and we will be getting payload, and the payload will be partial of URL type. Okay, that's what we will be dealing. And then we have something here. Let's go to try, and actually before that, let's try to make sure that payload will have URL code, and if it does not, I'll just do throw error. Okay, so then let's do try catch here. Okay, and here we will return something. So I'll just for now console log. This will be for our case, and I have been repeating the same thing here, that in your production you will have some sort of logger, and you will be using that logger so that all the logs, all the errors from your application will be recorded somewhere. But in our case this is enough. And then we'll try to get data. So we need to find the data first. Well, it's not necessary to find the data, but we want to find the data. Okay, and then we will just do url.find one. So until now it's almost like this get URL by core. So we could even copy this, and I just realized there is actually something this is not working, so we'll try to also make that work now. So we have data, and I'll just copy this here. Not sure if we need this, because if something happens here it will go to catch plug, so I don't even think if we ever get into this, so we can actually even remove it from here. Okay, so just getting derailed. So let's go here, and then let's copy paste that, and we didn't have URL call, so for that we need to do a bit of modification here, and that's how we get. So now we have data. The next thing is we can just do so that we can take from payload and do something like, in our case here, if you see, we are just doing original URL and name. So I can even do that if payload has this, then we can do data dot original link is whatever the original link we are getting from update. This is one way to do, and you can run multiple if here. Another is you can also do so that, for example, payload, and then whatever the data we are getting, we can loop it through everything in the payload and then just update it. That's also another way to do it. However, we want to make sure that people are only updating something we allow them to update. So in our case, we are only allowing them to update URL and name and nothing else. And for that reason, let's make sure that we do something clever here. And something clever I meant, what we can do is, for now we can just do editable column restriction. So let's just have something here, and I will call it editable columns, or I can just say column, and that will be array, and that will be array of something that is partial, so it doesn't have to be everything. And then it will be key of URL type. So what I meant by that is, we have URL type, it has ID and everything. However, we don't care about everything here, but we are only caring the keys of this. So that means it can be ID, it can be URL code, and so on. So that's what I can even write manually, but why to make it? So this array will be the key of URL type, so everything what you see, these keys. And then initially what we want is, we just want here, you can see it already understands, that's the benefit of TypeScript. So original link, so we only want our user to update these two fields. So now let's do a little bit of clever way here. So what I want is object keys of payload. So payload is whatever the payload we are passing, so we want to loop it, we want to get it, and for each of those key, I'll just do key and any. Sounds funny because I'm using TypeScript and then I'm doing any, but we can also do something else later, but just let's move it. So we want to make sure that whatever payload we are getting, we want to make sure that those belong within this category. So this should be either name or original link. If not, we don't let that our user to update it. Okay, so for that we can say that if editable columns dot includes, if it includes the key, so whatever the key we are talking about, then only what we want to do is data So key, it's almost same as saying that if payload has original link, so that means if the payload, the keys of payload, if that is one of the key that we approved, if that's the case, then in that case data, and then the key is same like original link or name in our case. So data dot key, so data dot name or data dot original link is same as payload dot key. Okay, that's the case and nothing else, and we don't need this anymore. So this way, in future, let's say you want to make something else editable. Okay, so let's say you want to have visit count. Okay, so the user can update visit count, or let's say in future you can even let them update the URL code. Okay, so in these cases all you need to do is just add those here. Additionally, you can even restrict that if the user is let's say just a normal user, we don't have a role, but if you had it, then they can only edit certain field. If they are someone else, then they can edit certain field. So this way you don't have to write those if else, and then you can restrict those. Okay, so now we are updating the data as per the payload. Now we need to save. Okay, and to save that, all we can do is return await URL, and then we have this option that find one and then update. Okay, this one, and then it will take a couple of parameters. First is it asks how do we want to find it, and in our case we want to find it based on pure this URL code, and then we pass the data. Okay, so it will try to find anything in our Mongoose that has URL code with this, and our URL code are unique. Okay, and also they are indexed, and then we are passing the data, so anything what we have updated. So now we have everything updated, and I think I will follow this same approach here. And why I need to follow the same approach, I will show you. Okay, so let's say if we go to this link here and I use this, it will redirect me to the original URL, and then let's go and let's again call this. So I already used this link twice. However, when I refresh, it's not updating, and the reason behind is here. So we have to apply almost the same approach here. So instead of doing this data update, we can actually even copy paste this there. Okay, and then here instead of URL code, we can just write URL code. Okay, I think now if I refresh this, this is 0. So now let's do, and let's open this one time, twice, 3, 4. Okay, so we have already visited 4 times. Let's click, and you see this is also good. Okay, so in the name of doing this, we also fixed that. Sounds good. Now we have this, we have to go and we have to also update our route here. So let's go to URL route. Okay, so here in URL router, somewhere above this, you can also do it anywhere you want. It's just I want to do everything else above the delete option, so that's just my, and we will do route.put. I think this is the first time we are using this put here, and then this will also uses this. So I'll just pause this video and I will write it, and then I will explain you later. Okay, so I just did this. So we have router.put, and this almost follows the same principle. So we are getting URL code. It's not necessary because we will also get that from the payload or the body, but in this case I'm also just using it. It's just a practice, and we are also making sure that this route is accessible only to our verified user. And then we can also do one more thing, that whether this thing belongs to that user or not. So that's more like a permission check. This is just verifying that user is logged in or not, and then the next can be whether the user has the access to that specific entity that user claim. For example, in this case, whether the user have that relation with URL or not. We can even make that, and maybe I will make a separate video in future about how to check permission, but here we don't do that. And then also just like here, you can also have some sort of sanitizing, because everything you get as an input from your user, it's not guaranteed that your user will only enter the thing that you are expecting. They may enter totally some different kind of things, JavaScript code or anything, and that might actually do harmful thing in your server. So it's always a good idea that you sanitize everything. However, I'm not going to do it here, and again, I may do that in future videos. Okay, so we are getting this URL code just like here, and then we are just calling this update URL code that is from here, and then we are just doing the response, that status, and then that's all. Okay, so now we have a route. Let's go to our front end, and then somewhere here in services, in URL services, above here we will try to create a service function. So let's go and let's do that. We can actually copy this, and then let's rename this, and then before I make a mistake, let's update this to put, and then this URL code will be payload.url code, and then payload. I guess that's all. I think so. Okay, so now we also have these services, so let's go and let's use this in the dashboard. So where we have that, somewhere here in action, I guess. Yes, so here. So when we edit something and then we want to update. Okay, so I'm just wondering, do I also need that data here in the model? Okay, maybe not. So let's go and let's, well, I already have this async. Okay, so what we can do is we can just do await, and then we can just do update URL code, and we can import it from here, and then we can just do edit URL data. I guess so. Okay, so we are getting some problem there. We'll try to fix it. What's that? Okay, I think I know why it is complaining. So if edit.url data has URL code, then only we want to do all these things. Actually, not that. So I think now the problem is done. So the idea is, I'm just saying that if we have at least something there, then only we want to do it. Otherwise, we don't want to send empty payload there. Okay, and additionally, you can have some loading function there so that you can show the button loading and so on, but I'm not going to do that. And then I think on cancel, I will call it also here, so that after everything is done, then only it will be cancelled. So if everything is working as expected, we should be actually getting our data updated. So let's go, let's change this Stack Overflow to edited, and I will update it. It says updated successfully, closes. Let's refresh it. Okay, so seems like this is working. That's good. So we have already done our main part. So the next thing is I would like to do a bit of clearing here. Okay, so I'm just thinking which one I want to do first. Maybe first I want to make sure that when we delete something, okay, so when we delete something, at the moment we are just deleting directly. So let's try to have some confirmation there, and then when we update something, let's try to refresh. I don't know, let's see. So what I can do here is, somewhere here we have page users. Okay, this one. So what I can do is I can call that function. Can I? I'm not so sure. Let's do so that. Okay, let's just try. So the idea is, if I edit this again and update, okay, so this is refreshed. That's nice, wonderful. Again, when we have a state management, we don't even need to do something like this. We can actually only update our UI, so we don't need to call backend or whatever or however we do. However, in this case, this is enough. And this cancel is good, but I was thinking more about somewhere here we have delete. So this delete. So instead of doing this directly, we want to do something. So let's just make it something like this. So here, if window dot, is it window dot confirm? Okay, are you sure you want to delete this? Well, actually we can even do some interesting thing here. So instead of doing are you sure you want to delete, and then we can just give here data dot name. Okay, so if that's the case, and if someone says yes, then only we want to delete. All right, so let's try and let's refresh here. Okay, so are you sure you want to delete? If we cancel, if we reset, refresh, it doesn't delete. That's interesting. And do we, okay, we don't have access of page user, so at least in the delete for now we have to manually refresh it. That's good, but we have this one here, and this is kind of bothering me. So let's do some change there. First of all, let's make this button secondary. So let's go to a bar here, and then in the button here, I will just go here. Okay, outline secondary. I think that's good. Okay, so that doesn't disturb us. That's fine. It works, and anyway, we are not focusing on this pixel perfection here. So the next thing is we want to handle this. Okay, and also we may want to do something in here. So okay, how to do it? There are a lot of things going on in dashboard, and it would be nice to actually update this in a way that, okay, so the first thing is we don't want to show this one maybe. Okay, so let's do one by one. So let's clear this, and then instead of having it here, we want to use this in post, I guess so. Okay, so let's go to URL services, and then just post. And okay, so we have create URL, and we are actually already using it, but no, that's server side. Okay, sorry, my bad. So here in URL service, we can just go here and just do curate URL, and we can just almost same like here. We have payload and okay, so payload, and the payload will be, what will be payload here? URL payload type. Do we have URL payload type there? URL payload type. Okay, luckily we have. And if that's the case, and then we can just do something like this. So it will not be array, I guess, and I'm not so sure. Well, let's not do the typing here. Let's just move on. And what we can do is we can just try to do simple try and catch here. So the catch will be exactly like how it is, and then the try will be const data is await, and then http client.post, and then what we were doing in the dashboard. So in the URL, okay, okay, so I'm a little bit slow here. URL, and then we just do payload. Okay, so this should be good, and then I'll just do return data. So now let's go and let's use this create URL here. So instead of doing this data here, what I can do is const data is, actually we don't even need all this error and everything. I can just do await create URL, and then what was it? Okay, so I think this should be good. I'm not so sure. And then what I want to do is, after this is done, I want to call this page URL for users. So the idea is, we need this short URL? Okay, we may need it. Let's just have it there. So the idea is, if I go here, if I copy this, and if I were to create this GitHub repo per my all, just like that. Okay, you can see that it already updated here, and now if I refresh this, this stays here, and if I use this, then it will redirect us to here. And now if I refresh, it also says it's visited one, and then I can just remove this, and it says update successfully. Okay, so everything is working good. Now we need to handle this state. So the idea is, we only show this empty state if we have nothing there. I mean, we don't have any data. Okay, in that case we show, otherwise we show something else. So let's go and let's see what we have in our dashboard. So I have to understand the logic. Okay, so first of all, we have show URL add view. So we have render a new URL or render empty state, and I think this should not be the case, I guess. So okay, so in that case, what I can do is, instead of this, I will make it conditional, and then I'll just take it. So we will render this only if we have show URL add view. Okay, that's good. And then we don't need to show this short URL because we are already adding that to list and refreshing it. So we don't need that. So the next is, we need to do something. Okay. So just like we have empty state, I will go here under empty state. I will also create one more thing. So now we have empty state. So let's go here and let's do one more thing. So under here, I will just call render add new button. I'm trying to do something, so let's see what I can do. Okay, so this this render add new button, it just has this. We have to add CSS in our dashboard, and then all it does is there is a button, and it will set show URL add new. So almost the same thing like this empty state. Whatever it does exactly the same thing. However, we just have a button, and we have this, and we will need to give some styling here. Okay, so that's what I did, and now we have this render add new button, and we have a render empty state. So how are we going to deal with that? It is interesting question. Okay, So we need to do something here, and that something is going to be, okay, so we have a render model here. I'm just thinking out loud. So somewhere here, I guess we need to do something, and that something is if we have this data. Okay, so let's do boolean and length. If we have the length, if that's the case, we want to do this. If not, we want to do render empty state. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Yes, exactly. So this is what we wanted. So when I click this, we have this option. It's kind of full screen, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't bother, and in mobile it looks pretty good. And if I cancel this, goes here. Okay, that's good. However, we need to also care that, okay, this is deleted, this is deleted, and this is deleted. So we have all three deleted. So when everything is deleted, we have this and we have this. So this should not be visible. Okay, so let's go and handle that case. And how can we handle is this one. Okay, so I think I can use almost the same thing here, and then everything else. So let's just do something like that. So if that's the case, what I want is I want some fragment here, and then I actually can copy this. Okay, so we have fragments. So if we have length, then only we want to render modal and do everything. So I guess we can just here. Okay, so if we have that, we can do render modal, and then we can also do that, and then we can also do that, and we don't need that, I guess. Alright, let's go and let's check it out. That sounds good. Okay, so this is our empty state. If I create a new sort URL, so let's just go here and let's copy this and let's do that, and then the name is GitHub repo. Okay, so we have this one. That's interesting. Now if I refresh, we get this one. Okay, that's good. I see there is one simple UI thing we can fix, and that is whenever we are posting it here, we can also do so that we can set so URL add view false, because we have already added, and this is totally not necessary here. Okay, so now let's delete. Yes, we need to refresh here. However, now if we add this and if I do it, okay, you can see that everything else is gone and we have something like this. And then, to be honest, if we want to forcefully do it, we can even do window reload after delete, but as I said, we don't want that. So let's test it in the mobile. Okay, we have mobile. Oh, what happened? Okay, so there's one more bug in mobile. I would like to fix it. So if we go to URL component here, then we are doing some trick here. So we are checking this inner width. So I will just go here, and instead of is mobile false, what I can do is window dot inner with. Okay, so if that's the case, then it's mobile. If not, so I guess this should. Now if we refresh, okay, so it will render the mobile view, and if we stretch, if we refresh, all right, and then if we do something like this, that's good. So we even fixed that. And now if we log out, if we refresh, and if we try to go to dashboard, we are here. If we log in, okay, so we have some problem. Okay, so it should be user@bcast.com, I guess. All right, so we are inside a dashboard. Okay, so we have some refreshing issue still existing there, and we may tackle that later. And I know why that's happening, because when we log in, we are making a request without SS token, so that's the reason it was empty in the beginning. However, now this should be good. So let's first try using this URL. So it should redirect us to our GitHub. Okay, it does it, and then it should update this one from 0 to 1. It does. Now let's change this GitHub to EasyLink App GitHub. We update, and it updates. That's good. All right. So here I am in our project folder, and this has both the server and also a client here, and there is also a GitHub link, and everything what you need will be there in the description. So just go there and follow along. Only one thing I will tell you is, if you want to follow me from the very start, and this is what I recommend you to do, then please continue from this branch, because that's the branch, as the name says, it's a fresh start. However, if you wanna just jump in from here and there, then there is a tutorial branch. I may or may not have committed properly, but you can also follow my commit message. So here we are, and mainly we will be installing few things here in the client side, because we are talking about state management. So let's go to client folder here, and then we will be dealing something with MobX. So let's go to MobX documentation here. So okay, so it says yarn MobX, and if I remember correctly, we also need something from React MobX. All right, so let's go here, and then here we will do an add, we will do MobX, and then we will also do MobX React. All right, so we have these two. And while that will be in the installing process, let's go to our src folder, and somewhere here let's create a folder called store, and then inside store we will create our URL store. We can also create auth store and so on, but let's see, at least for the first part I will be focusing on store. And this brings us already to one sort of a practice here. If you see, we have services, and our API calls are done using services, and after services, in theory, the next layer in our application will be store. So everything, whatever we will get from services, or whatever the data we will be dealing with, that will be all gathered in store, and then that store will be passing whatever the props needed to any of the component, whether it can be a page component, it can be just component. It will pass all the data there. So let's do it together. And inside our folder here in the store, I will create a store called URL store. Okay, so I will just go here, I will call it class URL store, and then okay, I don't need this. Okay, so I can say URL data, and I will give a type of it, and that will be URL type, and initially it's empty, so we will save everything here. And probably we can also do loading, that will be boolean, initially false. So after that, let's use constructor, and then in constructor I will just say make auto observable and this. So that means everything here we have, they are auto observable. After that we need a function, and the function is same as here somewhere, this one. So let's copy this function almost here, and it's good. We just don't need const in this case. This is from service, so let's import that. And here instead of that we'll do a couple of things. So let's just make also another setter function. So we can just say set URL data, and this is a function. It will take data, and data will be same as this data here, and all this does is this dot URL data will be whatever the data we pass. Just making sure that even if later we want to call this from somewhere else, then we can call this function and it will reload our state or so on. Anyway, this is not necessary. We can also do it inside here, but I'm just playing safe here. So now I will call this data so we are not confusing it there, and then if it fetches properly, then I'm passing here. Okay, I guess we have pretty much thing here. Then I will just say URL store is new URL store, and then I will just say export default and URL store. Okay, so this is good here. Then we need to go here and do something. So from MobX React, I will need something called observer, and the idea is in Redux we get a state, and then there are like things from Redux, so because of that it will make our component observe those things as the state change. However, in Redux there is something called observer, if I can even find it. Oh my god, I don't know why, but I've been working with MobX for almost like 8 months or so, but this documentation doesn't look that pleasing to me. So this is what I'm looking for. So I just need to wrap this. So what we want is we want to wrap all our component, whatever the component you want to observe the state. So that means if the state changes, then your component will re-render, so that kind of thing. Then you need to wrap it. Let's remove this from here, and then where we will go, we'll go here, we'll remove this one from here, we'll remove this one from here, we'll also remove this one from here. Here I can just say okay, so let's import couple of things from store. Okay, so here we don't need this because we will be changing that. So now I can just do something here, and that will be from URL store. All right, so, and what that means, we want one is URL data, and then we can, well actually let's create a function called init, and then that function is the function we want to call for anything. In this case we can just do something like that, but later if we want more thing we can do that. Additionally, you can also directly call this function. As you can see, if I try to get it, I can also get it, but I will do init, and then that init is this is action. So here in React use effect, when our component renders, we want to call this init. Okay, and then we have URL data here. I think our, okay, so this is all broken. So first thing first, we don't want that. We will deal that later separately. Okay, so here this is the one I'm talking about. So this we can do URL data. Okay, let's see what will happen here. All right, we got it. Okay, at least something is working, thanks God. So So what it is doing now is almost exactly what we had. Okay, we can edit, we can probably delete because we haven't touched that, except now we have a store. And the beauty of a store is now whatever you are getting in dashboard, if you want, you can also get it to some other places because we have a store. All you need to do is import this URL store, and then you can already get this data. If needed, you can call init from that component, but that's all about it. But that's not everything because at the moment we are not doing anything. So let's try to do something. Okay, so if we go here, then when we are calling this, so just before here, what we can do is this dot URL data loading is true. Okay, and it will keep on loading. And then when we have data, we can just say this dot false again, and that way here we can also have URL data loading, and that we can use loading here somewhere. So where are we rendering the table? Okay, this is getting super confusing. Okay, so here somewhere all I can do is, let's just go here, just test it. So we don't even need boolean. So if URL data loading, if that's the case, we want to show loading. And now if I refresh here, you saw there was a tiny fraction of second saying loading. You can see here, if you notice here, it says loading, and the reason is okay, so we can just play with it and check it. So instead of doing this directly here, what I can do is set timeout, and then what I can do here, let's say it will happen after that, and then okay, probably this is not the best thing because no, actually that's not what I wanted. I wanted that, but what I wanted is here. So instead of this, let's do 1000, and then let's do this. So now if I refresh, you see that loading keeps on being there. So we have loading here, and this is not a best way to do it because you should only render all this if it has length, and you can also do so that if not URL data loading, that's the case, then only we want. And now we have this loading, so that means this keeps on happening. So we need to have this loading false. What happened? Okay, so it became true, but we are never marking this false. So let's just do that. Now if you go here, if I refresh, loading and then that, and loading and then that. Okay, so that's good. No problem about that. So let's move on. So what we want to do next, our editing is good. However, whenever we are done with editing, then we need to probably face the user. Not editing, with create new short URL. For example, now if I were to, okay, so create this URL here, it's a new MobX, and if I say it, okay, so we are not getting it. So if we refresh, we get the data, otherwise we are not getting. Earlier it was working just fine, but now we missed it. So what we can do, we have a couple of ways of dealing it, and the first one would be that instead of actually having this data here in this local state, we can also make sure that we have a MobX store for this. That is one way to deal. and then MobX will handle. So let's try to create that. Okay, so what we can do, let's go here, and then here in somewhere here, new URL payload, and that is URL payload type, and initially it's the okay. Well, we don't want that, so we have has no. Okay, so we can just copy from here and just take this, I guess, right? Yeah, so we have this is our URL payload, and then this is the cool thing about MobX. So what we can do is we have this here, and now we can also say create new URL. So here we can say create new URL, and this will be also a async function. And what we can do, okay, so we can have try catch, that's fine. So whatever we are doing here, the post data to API, so this is something that we can actually use. So this create new URL, so this is the thing with URL payload. Okay, so and then there is set URL add view, and these are all dashboard related. We can also change this everything with our store. However, I'm not gonna do this because it's okay, it can be in the dashboard. Actually, this can be also in the dashboard, but that way if we have it, we can later save URL from anywhere. Okay, so let's just go. And anyway, this is a MobX practice. So here I can just create URL. I'll just copy this, and then here what I can do is if new URL, okay, so if we basically original link, if we don't have original link, then here also we can just say alert original link is required. We can just do return so that we don't go to other book. Otherwise we can do something like this, and this is something I can get from the service, and this is nothing. Okay, so that way we have now create new URL, and it will be called, and after we have created this, then we can just do this dot paste new URL. Okay, now comes the interesting part. So we don't need this. Actually, we will need this, but we will make that somewhere. Okay, or let's just have this as it is for now, but I will handle that separately. So what we want is, we don't need this URL payload. However, we will take this from here, new URL payload. So we get that from store, and you will see the cool thing here. So we don't need to do this all setter and everything. So what we can do is, instead of value here like this, I can just do new URL payload and original link, and here I can just say new URL payload and the name. Okay, string undefined is, we'll check that later. Or additionally, we can also do empty here. So then that's good. Then the next thing is, here now on change and here also on change, what we can do is we don't need to do all this complex thing. What we want is we can just simply say, all right, so here this is the interesting part of MobX. So here all I can say is let's just, so here we have value. If we have, or we don't even need value, so all we can do is new URL payload dot original link is value. So that's good. Okay, so type number is not assignable, so it just doesn't know whether this is a type or number or not. If I do type and text, probably that will not fix, it won't fix. Okay, so what we can do is, that's good, and we have here, and then we can do the same thing here. So all I can do is new URL payload dot name, that is same as, okay, so this way we have those two. And then here, instead of post data to API, what I can do is we can also import this function here from the store. Okay, so here we have create new URL, and then this post data to API, I can just do here that this dot no create new URL, and we just need to call this, and that's good. So we will have something missing. However, if everything is good, so let's try. I will create a new URL here. I'll go here, create new URL. We provide this. Okay, there is some strict mode and things are going on. Let's see whether this works or not. If not, we'll do all Ctrl+Z. Okay, so new URL. Okay, and we generate, and you can see that actually this new URL is here, and this is already added. So we have some warning, we can fix that, but I don't want to go in detail. That's also your homework. So you can see that the beauty of MobX is we don't need to deal with having a separate action and everything, and because usually we get value from somewhere and then we need to have some temp step to save it. However, in this case, the same data is also, you can just call it, and you can also directly mutate that data. In some cases we may not want to do it, but in most of the cases this is pretty good. Okay, so as you can see, when you add something new, this doesn't disappear. Although this reloads, this doesn't disappear, and the reason behind that is we had it in dashboard, and what was it called? So here, so this was this true and false. So set show URL add view. So the idea is we have this show URL view, and then only it will show it, otherwise it doesn't. So what I can do is I can just copy this. Usually this shouldn't go in URL store, it should go in some dashboard view or whatever, or dialog or whatever, so that you can name it properly. You have like separate like visual layer store, but just for our purpose here, I can just do something like that, boolean, and initially it will be false. Okay, and then what I can do is I can completely get rid of this here, and we don't need this also there. And then every here instead of this, I can just get it from here. Okay, and you know, we don't need this kind of setter function here. All we can do is this is true, yes, and then cannot. Okay, so do we still, what did I do? Did I do something here? No. Okay, so this is show URL view, and show URL view is something we are getting from here, and we are clicking it here also. Instead of true, we can do something like that. And then do we have somewhere here false, and then I can also do this true. No, actually this is false. And then also here we have a create new URL, and we paste the user, and after that this dot. Okay, so we do that. And why am I getting this here? Okay, we don't need create URL there, so I'm still getting some problem with this. So I'm just trying to figure out what is happening here. Do I still have some const somewhere? Okay, so cannot assign value, so URL add view is constant. So do we have it somewhere? Okay, it's here, and that's there. That's not a problem. So why it says it's a constant? It's not a constant. It's this one. Is it still confused from the previous state? Looks like. Well, in those cases, what I need to do is I need to kill this. Okay, I'm still getting problem here. Okay, I'm getting from const here, and says I cannot do it. Okay, so probably the reason is this one. So because I'm calling it const, these are objects, but this is URL add view. So how I can handle with that case is, yeah, it makes sense that this inside we can do it, but if we want to bring it outside, then we have to do this. Okay, in that case, what I was bragging earlier seems a bit stupid brag, because we actually have to do the same thing. Set. So okay, what was it? Okay, so we can do something like this, and then we can take val, that will be boolean, and this will be this dot val. Okay, so in that case, now the whole proud thing that I was telling you, I just did it, just kind of messed everything. So all I need to do is call this function. So in here, okay, so I need to go here, here, here. Okay, so even this I guess I need to do, then I need to do this true, and what's it here? Somewhere there was false. You know what, I missed it, so I have to fix it. So everywhere there is true, like this. I will go and I will do something like this, and then we still have one here, and this one I'll just do and false. Okay, so idea is if I do this, cancel hidden. Okay, and if I want to add something here, let's say this URL here, another one. Okay, so it has perfect though, but where is that another one? It's not shown. Something happened. Okay, usually if we have a duplicate, then it doesn't add. So let's do this, another one. Okay, now we have another one. The idea is that if we already have this data here, and no matter what new name you give, our architecture is designed in such a way that if you already provide the existing one, then if URL exists, then we are actually not even returning. Okay, we are returning short URL in some cases, but that's the case anyway. So we have these edited, working, delete. So Do we want to also move or delete to MobX? I think so. So let's do so that this delete function what we are working and delete URL by code. So let's see. Okay, so we have delete URL here and we just need URL code, and then we are calling it. All right, so if we do this here somewhere here, so I don't need this, and I can import that. Okay, so we have delete URL and this is already working. So here somewhere what I can do is I can also do page users. That's the problem we were running earlier. So what I can do is I can just remove this, and then somewhere here I can do delete URL, and here if you go here, actually this should be already good. Cannot find delete URL. Didn't I just imported delete URL? We don't need delete URL code here, and this one is the delete URL. So what's the problem? Okay, so it goes here. Okay, that's, but it's inside the reach. Okay, just trying to understand why this is. So we are we out of scope? Seems like. So this is our scope, yes, and then the scope ends there. So okay, so that's the reason. So how was it earlier? I'll just do a couple of Ctrl+Z. Okay, so we have delete URL here, and this was a separate function. So in the render action, okay, so that's the reason. Well, it's pretty easy in our case. So if I cannot get delete URL from there, then what I can do is I can just, yeah, I don't need this, I don't need this. So here somewhere I can just do URL store dot delete URL, and that's also another awesome thing here. Either it or, okay, we are getting something here that it's missing dependency in it. This wants me to use that there, so we have something there. Now the idea is if I delete this, then the list should refresh. So we are saying, do you want to delete test? I say okay, and then it's deleted. If I want to delete this, it's deleted. Okay, so we also did that. I guess we are pretty much good. So let's delete everything since we don't need to refresh, and we have this. You can see the loading. So now we have new here, and if I were to copy this, and if I say new MobX readme, and I generate here, okay, so we have that there, and then we can edit it and say updated. Okay, so didn't update. Okay, so that's one more thing we need to fix. So whenever we update somewhere here, let's see, update. Okay, so if we update, then we are not refreshing. Earlier we were refreshing, but now we are not refreshing. Again, another question here is, do I also want this to go there, or because when we update we want, okay, so one easy option is after this I can just say URL store. I can either say init or I can say page URL. So that way when I say updated more, and if I update, yeah, so this is updated. All right, so update is good, delete is good, logging logout works perfectly. So if I give, and if I just do login, we are getting that. We immediately have the datas, and we can of course delete it. We already saw we can add more, we can cancel it, and if we don't have anything, then we see this view. If we have something, then we see this view, and now updating works. All right, so more thing we can still do is, okay, we have profile. I think for that I will make completely different video, how to handle profile, how to do password reset and so on. That's completely different series I'm thinking of. I don't want to make this more like longer series. It's already part 8 of this series, so I think I will just stop it here. These were all I was thinking. So we have now MobX store, and you already saw that how we started with a simple URL data store, then we added a loading, and we keep on adding more and more stuff. Additionally, we can also do more steps in future. For example, if the user changes or something, then we can start all those kind of thing. And then the reason why we want init here instead of is, actually I don't know what did I do wrong here. Usually whenever we are mounting the component, and then whenever the store is being called or something, then in those cases that init should be called. Another beauty that I have to mention you is you can also this state completely, and just like how we have state here, you can also create state here, MobX state, and you can have observable and everything, and that will be just a local state for it. Obviously you can always use this for the main store, but what I'm saying is you don't need to even use all these hooks and everything. And then for those there are different kind of things in MobX. There are like things like reactions and auto run and so on. For example, let's say there is something called auto run. So if you go auto run, then it also updates in every dependency. It's just like almost like use effect. There is a reaction, so you can give which value you want to react on. So let's say we want in user's name here, for example, and then you can run the function, what function you want, and there are options and so on. And similarly there are when. So these are also almost like how you can make this react in couple of things and so on. And this is itself a huge tool that you can use. Very simple to start, but you can make a complex high-end project with this. So this was also nice, so that we implemented here, and that was the reason why I implemented MobX. I could have easily gone with Redux, but I have already a lot of other videos in my channel using Redux, so this is a new thing. So for you, so yeah, you can go and you can check it on. You can just Google it out. You can even ask probably ChatGPT to make some store for you. We could have tried. I just realized now. Anyway, this is much simpler or easier to start in compared to Redux, because in Redux you have to wrap all your component, like the higher layer, like this main component somewhere here with a Redux store. Then you need to create a store, and it gets super complex. Whereas in this case we only have this one file, just couple of lines here, and then we just made our dashboard here, observer with MobX React, and just with those two things we already have this awesome UI. And now whatever we have done here, this one, you can actually use this anywhere, right? You can use this anywhere, and then from there you can just call this. You can create new URL from anywhere, just need to pass those datas. You can even, we don't have any other pages here, but if I had, I would have shown you that. Let's go to our user model. So here we are inside user model, and if you can see, we have full name, email, password, created it, updated it, and these are the things that whenever our user register, we are taking it. However, we don't have something called avatar URL. So let's go here and then we do avatar, and this will be also type of string. So let's just go here and I'll just add one more here, and then this will be type of string, and then default, and then the default will be null. Okay, so that's all we want. I'm not so sure if we want to do this default null. We can even have empty string, or additionally we can even have some placeholder image. So we can actually download some placeholder image and then also have it, but I guess that's not necessary. We can generate that on the fly, so no need to save in the database. We can have it empty and that's okay. So if user is not providing us anything, we can have empty. If they provide something, we can have something, and that is okay. So in that case, we need to probably go to our user type, and then here somewhere we have to also have avatar, and that is string. Well, actually it can be already string. That's good. Then we probably also have the type in front end. Yes, here, and let's go here and just say avatar string. Okay, so now we added avatar. Let's just go here and let's commit. All right, so this is already committed. Now we need to go to our route here. All right, so here we are inside a user router, our first put, and that put is basically just a way to deal what we are doing it. And then I think I can actually just have ID. Let's see how is in URL. Okay, so in URL we have URL code, and that's how we are doing it. So I guess I can actually take example from here. So it's been a while since I have been working on this, so there is a good chance that I have forgot things around. So first of all, let's import this. We already have this verify auth token that verifies that someone is logged in, and then instead of URL code, I can just go here and put user ID. All right, so if we don't have you, and then here instead of URL code, I can just do user ID. And if we don't have user ID, we are already throwing it as a bad request, and we will provide user ID, and then we will also get some more things from request body. At the moment we haven't assessed anything there, but we will do that, and then we'll call our services in our user services to update the things. Okay, we are not using controller here. And one more thing to notice is this is actually not enough, because you can be logged in user, but that doesn't mean you have right to update this user's data. So we can actually just check it here that the request.user.id is same as this. If not, then we can throw it, and let's just do it. However, the better way to do that would be to actually create a permission here, just like this. So whether the user have permission, this is whether the user is logged in or not, and another is whether the user have access to that entity or not. And I will create a separate video about permissions. So in this case, all I'm going to do here is if we have user ID, and I can already even check here, so I don't need to do a separate forbidden request or something. At the moment I'm not going to do. I'll just put a bad request. And then here we can also do if user ID is not equals to, we have request.user.id, and that is something we automatically add when someone is verified. If that is not valid, then also we want to do that res.status, and it can be 403 forbidden or 401. I'm not so sure which one. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so here we are saying no token provided. Okay, so we are, let's go here, forbidden, and then send on authorized. So that way we are just making sure that whoever is claiming that that person is the one logged in. And in later it may be that if you are admin, you have right to update your users and so on. In that case, we need a better permission check rather than just this direct user ID match. Okay, so let's go to user services here, and then somewhere here, actually I can even take it from URL services, and then here, if I go here, if I just copy this one, go here, and then in the user services here somewhere, I can just go here and update user by ID, or actually we can just even write update user, and then the payload here was URL type, and then it was partial, but in our case this should be actually user type. And then if we don't have payload.id, if we don't have a payload.id, then we will have a problem. So we need to do something with that. That means that's user ID. Additionally, we can also pass user ID, and that is none other than, in our case, string. So in that case, we don't need to check this, and then we can get a URL. Instead of URL, we can do user and find one, and then actually we can just do user find by ID, and then we can just pass user ID. So now we get users data, and then now we have this editable column restriction. So that is, we are just letting to edit a couple of things. First of all, we can let them edit their full name, and then what else do we want? Okay, so let's go to user types here, and then I'll just split this here. So this was a good practice we did in URL service. So that means we don't let user to actually edit everything. For example, we don't need them to do this create edit, that's not needed. And at the moment, probably we are also not letting them edit password, and probably, I don't know, do we want to let them edit email? Maybe not, because we don't have verification. So maybe all we want them is just that and then avatar. So maybe these are the only two things that at the moment they can update. Okay, just full name and avatar, that's all. So, and then we are doing the check that if whatever the payload has only this editable column, then we let them to update this data there. And then instead of doing URL here, we will do user, and then what we can do is find one and update, and then this can be ID, and then ID can be user ID and data. So this should be enough in my opinion. We'll check it out. So let's go to user router here, and what we are doing here. Okay, so we are here in user router, and then in user router what we can do is update data will be await, and then from this service we can use update user. We will import that, and that will take two things. First is user ID, and then second is request.body. Alright, so our API is ready. So let's go to our front end and start working on this. So we will go to our client side, and then we will be here inside src. We also have a store, but we only have URL store. Okay, so and then we also don't have, we have auth page, that's good. We have dashboard, that's good, but we don't have a profile page. Okay, so probably we need to also do some profile page setup. Yeah, let's just go here and let's create a profile page. So I'll just call it a profile, and then inside here it will be profile tsx, and then we'll probably also have a CSS for it. So, and that's good. And before I forget, let's go here and let's import, and that will be profile.css. Okay, so now we have profile CSS and we have profile page. That's good. Next, let's go to our route here, and then we have protected route. That's good. We have dashboard. So the next one here will be, instead of dashboard, we'll have something called profile, and then this will be profile. Now let's go here and let's just log in first. Oh, we haven't done redirection, or okay, so we are getting some problem here. Let's see what's the problem. And this is what we need to do there also. So it is creating a problem there. So if I go here, okay, so I think now this should be good. All right, that's good. So let's log in, and now we are logged in and we already have some data here. Now once we are logged in, if I try to go here to profile page, yes, we are inside a profile page. That's good. As I said, let's take care of CSS a bit later. We will take care of it, but not now. So now if I go here in the dashboard page here, profile page, and then let's just go to this one here and just have it something like this, and I'll just do margin auto for now, and then we have profile page there. Just trying to see what is in the dashboard here in the CSS. So I guess this actually works. Yes, except we probably don't want this in the center, or maybe that's good. That's totally okay, I guess. So anyway, let's first think about functionality. I'm getting a bit derailed here. So we want something. First of all, let's go here and let's have an state here. So state will be is editing, and then set. Alright, so now we have this is editing. This is what we will be using in order to know whether it is editing state or not. Additionally, we can also have input as it is. That is also okay, but let's just try this, and if this doesn't work, then we'll try a different approach. Alright, so first thing first, we need steps from our user. So in this case, we want their items that we wanted to edit, at least their name and their avatar. Okay, and you can make as fancy avatar and everything as you want, but in this case I'm just going to create a very simple profile picture. So first thing, let's go and let's do a bit of a store, and I could have so let's go here, and in the store we can also create something called user store. I'll just call it TS, and then this one I will drag it here so we can take a reference from there. And then actually let's just copy this and I'll paste it here, and then actually no, I'll just import this here, and then I will have a class called user store, and then for now everything is as it is, and then we'll have a constructor, and then a constructor will have a make auto observable, and it will be this. That's good. Then in our user store we will have our user, and that will be user type, and by default we'll just have something like this. I'm not sure. Is okay, so I guess we don't need to even define this. This probably is okay. So So we have our user here, and initially let's just do a couple of things here. So first thing first, what are the types we want from user? Okay, so I'll just call it a parcel of user. I'm not so sure if that is going to work. However, we'll have ID, and that will be empty here, and then we will have email, and that will be also empty here, and we don't want password, because why would we need that? Probably not. Okay, so we'll not have password, and then we'll have avatar URL, and I think this is enough for this case here. Page user, so I'll just call fetch user, and it will be an async action. And then what we want to save our user there, so we need to call our API, and let's just do try catch. Although we are not handling anything, I'll just do console log an error. And then here what we want to do is we actually want to await, and let's go to our services here just to see whether we have. Okay, we do have auth services, but we actually don't have user services. So let's go and let's create. Okay, and then if we go to URL services here, we have get auth user. Actually, we do have let's try and let's see what do we have. Okay, so we have ID from auth user. So based on this ID, we need to fetch more information of user. So I think I'll just copy these two. Actually, I will copy everything from here, and then let's go to our user services here, and we need this. However, we don't need anything from here, but we will import. And then just like how we have done get URL, I'll just do something similar. And anyway, we will need these services also to update user, so it's good that we have it here. And then I will just say get logged in user, or we can just say get user, and it will take ID, which is a string in our case, and then it will be array of parcel, and then it will be user type. And the reason is we actually can also create a separate user type, and that user type will be public user type. That's also a good practice, and the reason being that is there are also stubs in user. At least in our case here, we have user password, and that's something we don't want to send it here. We don't want to send user password or the hash version of user password ever in front end. So for that sense, we don't want everything from user. And as I said, there can be a good practice here. So we can have a user public type, but that's up to you. You know the practice. I'm going to use parcel type, but you can deal with it. The problem with parcel type, it will assume everything undefined, or there is a possibility because not everything will be defined, and it will complain, and we may need to do additional check. But anyway, just so you know that in actual real production case, we may do our public and private kind of thing. So private is something that you will use probably inside your backend, and then if you want to send anything from your API and you don't want to hide a couple of stubs, or you don't want to show everything, then you create a separate type for it. Okay, enough chit chat here. So we are in user store, and I'm assuming we also don't have anything in our user route. Do we have? Okay, so this is update and this is post. Yes, we don't have anything for user. So first of all, we need that, and then I guess I can do something like this. instead of put, I will do get, and we'll still take verify as a token because we don't want to give it to someone who is not authorized. And then the same thing we can also do here. So at least for now we are only returning users stuff only to the same user who is logged in from here. Okay, that's good. The next thing is I have so many try catch here. Probably we don't need that many try catch because we'll just call the API and then the services itself should throw exception if something is wrong there. But I had this, so there are a lot of room to improve, and that's what we will be doing in our future videos. So, and the next thing is let's go to our services here in backend, and that's the thing about full stack. So you are jumping in backend, you are jumping in front end, and so on. Okay, and then here somewhere here I'll just say export const get, I can even say find user by ID. Actually I'll just say get user by ID, and the reason is, and then all we need is ID of the user. At this point we already know that if someone is calling this, that means either they have already authenticated and we have ID, or we are just using this in backend. Okay, so the next thing is if we don't have ID, we can return it, but I guess we don't need to actually do anything try catch. So here we can directly do const, and then we can just say data. By the way, here we can do it's a promise, and then it's a parcel of user type. And again here the same theory can be applied for public, but we are not doing that. Okay, then we don't need this try catch here. So what we can do is we can just say const user is await user dot find by ID, and that is the ID that we pass. If there is no user, if not user, we can throw new error and say user does not exist. However, if there is user, we are going to return, and what we want to return, we want to return ID as user.id, and then what were the thing we want full name as user.fullname, and then avatar as user.avatar. Alright, this is all we are going to create, and this is something we need to do it above this. Alright, so this way we already have this, and now we can use this here in router, and then here we can say const user is await find and then we can just pass user ID, and then we can do status, and that is 200, and then we can just do JSON and send user. Alright, so we have API, and then here we can just say actually how are we doing here. We are in store, but we were in user services here. Yeah, okay, so get user we have to modify, so user ID is that is the user ID, and then we have HTTP client, and then we probably can do user. I'm not so sure how we have in backend for users. Let's check it out, or additionally we can also check from auth services. Okay, so we have user, we should be using users. Okay, so I had some issue. Okay, so we have user, I should have used plural there, users, but it seems like that's how we have our route. So in the backend here. Okay, so URL and user. So let's not change anything at this point. I just got confused because usually I make everything with users and so on, and that's how we also do database tables and such, but it's about practices. So here we are, and then here in the user service, so we are user and we have user ID, and that's it. And then we are returning data, and I will call it get user by ID just in case. All right, so now we can use this in our store here. So we are here in the store and it's already taking user ID there, so we don't need to call. What I can say is const how are we returning? We are returning that data, so I can just say so that const user data is await, and then get use. Okay, get. Do I even need to pass ID there? Actually, I even don't need to pass user ID. However, I can do so that. Okay, so user ID is either if we have passed some. So let's make sure that this is going to be optional, and user ID can be ID or this one. So if we pass ID, that means in future if we need, we can use it for other cases as well. But if we don't pass, then it will automatically take whatever the logged in user it is, and then it will pass that. That's good. So here we don't need to pass anything because we already. And then what we can do is this dot user is same as user data. Okay, this way we already have ID, email and avatar set here, and we can actually export this. So let's go here, and then I will just copy this thing from here. However, instead of user store, we have, instead of we have user here, and then we have user. Okay, so now we already have data from our user store. Okay, so we have this page user, and the thing is we want this page user to run immediately. So let's just follow the same principle that I have earlier. So I can do init, and then what I can do is this dot page user, so that way we'll get our user immediately, hopefully. So let's finally go to our profile page here. Okay, so let's go to profile page here, and then somewhere here I'll just call const and then couple of things from user store. Okay, and then the first thing is init, then we can also get user, and then I can do React use effect, and it will also have dependencies, and that will be init, and then we will do init. Okay, so now here let's just try to write p name. Let's just try to get user dot full name, and then let's go here. Oh, we don't have it immediately. Okay, so we have it, but we don't have it. I'm kind of thinking if this is even a better way to do it, or should we do something in reaction. I had auto on here. Let's just remove this. So first of all, let's just do one more thing. It's just I keep on forgetting this kind of thing, and that is MobX React, and we just do observer, because without observer, even if our state changes in the store, it actually Okay, so now you can see that every time this test changes, it actually fetches it because as I said in my previous video, and I have a separate video about MobX, that if you don't have observer wrapping, then even if your route or actually your store changes, because this is an async action, it will take some time, and then in that case it will not happen. However, there is also one more thing we may want to try, and that is reaction. So how does reaction work is like now if you go here in our user service, we are getting this ID from here. However, if there is a situation where we are logged out and we logged in again and this auth user ID changes, then we actually want to run some reaction. So in that case, how will it go is you can have reaction from MobX, and then there will be some kind of first expression, and then the first expression will be whatever the value that you want to change it, and then second expression is what you want to run, and in this case it will be fetch user, and this value will be in our case get auth user and then ID. But I'm not going to do that, just telling you, and if needed we will do later, but for now this works. So we can also have an image here, and then so let's just go here. I'll just put image tag, and then this src will be, well, first of all we will only have image. No, actually let's go here, and then the user store, let's just go and let's find, we'll go here and we'll find some photo. So something like this. Just copy this one from here, and then in the avatar by default we'll have this, and this was something I was telling you that you can also put it, and additionally instead of using this URL you can have your assets folder here, which is a safer option, and then you can have this kind of avatar. So, and you can even have some placeholder settings, so you can use this placeholder image in multiple places. However, in our case, so what we can do is here, instead of this, I'll just do user.avatar, and then I will just say user, or I'll just write user. And then if we were to go here, oh, we don't have actually anything. Let's inspect. We are not getting any src image there, even though we were okay, because actual our user will rewrite it. So instead of doing this, I should be doing either that or this. Okay, now we have a good image, and that should be it. And then we have a name, and then what else do we want to show? We can probably even show email, and we can just say user dot email, and if you can see we are not getting email. And why is that? Okay, for that we need to go to our modal here, here, and if we go to user modal, actually there is an email. So are we sending that email in the, we are just sending ID full number. Okay, we can even send email, and now if I refresh this, you can see that we are sending email also. So now we have email and everything, and then we can make this a little bit better. So let's just go here, and then here in the profile I'll put this in this side. Alright, I just added, now I added a very basic CSS here, some image, and then just some margin, and we have something like this. So this will be image, it has border, and then we have the name and email, and that's all we need. And then what I can do is I can have a two of it. So instead of render edit, I will just say render profile info, and then I will say render profile edit. And then what I can do is actually this all I can just do cut, and then I can do it here, and then I can call this. So here if it is not editing, I can do that, and that's good. And then the same thing, what I can do is if it is editing, then we can copy this and then do that. And then here what we want when we want to edit is we can actually go to our dashboard here, and let's see, do we have, okay, so we have text input, so that, so okay, so we just need a text input. So let's go to profile here, and then here inside I'll just say text input, and then we want couple of text inputs. So the first one we want is label, and that will be profile image URL, and then we can do the placeholder, and that will be, so it's something like that. And then the next, and then the value here will be, we want a value here, and that will be user.avatar. Okay, so if we don't have that, if it's empty, then we can do something like that, and that's good. And then I'm not so sure if I can do let here. Probably we can also do let, and there is a reason why, is so that we can use this user two-way binding there in MobX. And then we also need something on change, we'll get value, and that will be user.avatar will be whatever the value we get, and then we are saying number, but we don't want it to be number. Okay, so that should do our job. Let's remove this, and then let's just copy this 3 times. So, and then here this will be our full name, and full name placeholder in case if needed is our Jondo, and instead of avatar what we want is full name. And I guess we don't need this because we are not letting them to change email. And then here somewhere I'm thinking, can I do it here? Let's just do that profile page action, and then here we need our button component. Okay, and there will be couple of buttons. So first of all, if this is editing, then we want a few buttons here, 2 buttons actually. One is button, and then let's see variant. So we have outline secondary, so we want that, and then label will be cancel, and also we need another here, and then we'll just do update if that's in case it's editing, and if it's not editing, in that case we can also do something like is not editing. In that case I would like to do this button here, and it will be variant of outline primary, and the label will be edit profile, and then we'll have on click, and all it does is it will set it editing to true, and then I can use the same theory here, and then in this case this will be false. And now if we refresh, we are still getting some problem because this is missing on click here. For now I'll just say now we have this edit profile here, and if we do edit profile, you can see that we are getting this weird thing. If we cancel, we go back. If we edit, we are here. If we cancel, we go back. If we edit here, and that's what we wanted. That's pretty much good, except I just need to give a small margin here, and that will be margin top, and that will be 40 pixel, I guess. Yes. And then what we want to do is profile page dot div. If there is a div, then we want to give margin right of 20 pixel. Oh, it's still not getting this. Let's go and let's check it. Yes. And well, not div, but this should be button. Okay, so we have these two here, and we have cancel, and when we update, we update. Okay, so this is getting extremely huge, and it will even go all the way to full page. And now this is aligned in the center, and probably we don't want that. So what I can do is here I can do text align left. Okay, this is rather good. And then the next thing is let's just inspect these. So okay, so I can do the same thing here, profile page, and then for div I just want margin bottom of 20 pixel. Okay, that went all the way there. Give here some div, and then the class name will be profile page info. Okay. No, we already have info, so we can give this profile page so let's go and let's give info here, and then here we can just say text align center. So this way it's center, and that's there. That's good. However, there is this gap kind of missing there. It has a div, but okay. So all I need is remove that div, and that's good. I just feel like we need to give padding of 20 pixels just so that it doesn't get attached to there, and that's pretty good. Alright, so if we want it in mobile, it looks something like that. In desktop, that's good. We have cancel. Okay, sorry for that. It took some time figuring that out. And then the next thing we want is actually want to update it. So we already have our API endpoint. So let's just go here, and here we are in. Okay, so we are in user services. That's a backend services. So here we are in, and then let's go here, and we can already take a reference from, if we go to URL services, there should be some way to update URL code. So we can actually copy the same thing here, and then we can just say update user, and this will be user type, and this is going to be put, and this is going to be user, and then here we can actually do payload dot id. So that's going to be user payload, and this is whatever the payload we are sending. And I guess this is enough. I think so. And now let's go to our user store here, and just like page here, we can call update user, and this is going to be also an async action. And then let's just do try catch here. In case we have error, we are saving error. In future video, I will create a snack bar and global error, and that is coming. So if you want that kind of video, then also you need to subscribe my channel. And now here we can just do updated data is await update user. No, we don't want this update user from here. So this update user should come from services. Yes, and then it needs something, and we can pass this dot user. Alrighty, and when we have updated data, what we can do is this dot user is updated data. So if everything goes good, and if we call this function, then it should be good. Let's just try. So let's go back to our profile page here. Yes, and then here we can also call this function called update user, and here instead of this, what I can call is, I can just say update user. And now let's go here. I will create this, and I will change this name to Because web. In the same time, let's open our network tab here. I will update, and then what happened? It actually called the function. It did, and we got, okay, so the payload was, we had avatar that was empty, and we had email, and we have the name, and we have the ID. But what happened? We got the response null. Okay, so to check that, what we need to do is we need to run a debugger here. So let's go to our user route, and we are input. So I think I can start it from here, and we go line by line. So let's refresh. We are here, and then we can just say Because web. I will try to update. Yes, that's good. We are getting user ID. That is good. So in that case, if I go here, I already have user ID, so this should not be called. That's good. Now we are going user here, and that should be same as this user ID, which is coming from verify SS token. So it should not also go here. Okay, so it's not going there. That's good. So this authentication and everything has passed. And then now I can also put one more here. Okay, so and here we are getting updated data null. So that means we can let this function run. Let's go inside here. Okay, so we are returning await. Okay, so update user and find an update. I think this is the problem. So it does find an update, but it does not give us any data, and that's the thing. So probably I can do something like this here. I feel like I've been in this situation earlier. So now I can get new data, and that will be find by ID, and I can give the user ID that we got, and then here I can just return wait a minute. So I can from here return data, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so we had two data, so I will call this updated data. And then let's check here in the router. Okay, so here we are returning all the data, and we don't want to return everything. So in that case, let's go to our get. So in the user services here, get by ID. So we are returning something, and I think we can return the same thing also here, except okay, so I'll just call this, instead of data I will call it user, and that way I can just do something like this here. Hopefully this should work. Let's refresh. Let's go to edit, and I will call it because web. Let's do everything here. Let's update. Okay, let's cancel all the breakpoint here. Cancel. Let's refresh, and then here I will again say update. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so we got something here, and but still we are getting the same thing. So it actually did not update. So what happened? Something happened here that it actually did not update. So let's put a breakpoint here, and I will just write 1 here. I will update. Okay, so let's go to data. Let's go here and payload. So the payload says here, and this is getting the updated information. That's good. However, we have problem with data, I guess. So it should write everything, and then the data is, let's go and let's check the full name here. Okay, so the full name is this. That's good. Update. Okay, I go here, and then I go here, and now we have user, and it still has a user from the earlier stage. Okay, that's interesting. So what is happening here? Let's go to our URL, and this is actually working pretty good, and we are actually already returning from there. So in case of URL, this is working, but in case of user service, this is not working. Alright, so I think I found a reason, and the reason I'm not so sure, but it is something to do with ID. So probably it can find something with ID, but when it's time to update, it does not update with ID. And maybe because usually in our model we don't define ID, we actually get ID from this kind of reference ID. So maybe that's the reason, because in our URL service the same thing was actually working pretty fine, and here the only difference in URL service was actually, if we go to backend and if we see URL service, then here, if you see here, I'm using URL code, and here I was using earlier ID, now I'm using email, and this email is basically, actually we got that user with ID, but now we are using that, and I'm trying to return something like this, and let's see what happens. So let's go here and let's refresh. I will edit, I'll just call Because Web, I will update, and this is giving me this. However, if I refresh, you can see it's actually updated. So now I think it's most probably the problem. Let's see one more time. Here, let's go here, edit, and I will just write 3. I will update, and the full name is still coming the world name. So still something is not working properly here. I just cannot get it, because okay, well, I mean, there is a way to solve this, so we don't even need all this. We can just say return updated. In that case, what we want to do is, here in our client store, so user store here, so when we have updated, so if that's the case, then we can do one more time this dot fetch user, and we actually don't need this data. So I guess this should solve our problem. So let's go here, let's edit, and I will go back to this, I will update here, and that's good. And now if I cancel, this is back to here. Okay, so this is good. Let's just give the router link here. So where was that? It was somewhere in the app bar here, and we have a profile, and we had dashboard. So okay, now I think it's time that we can wrap something here, and that's a link, and I think I can give this same class name of active. Actually that will not work. We need a dynamic way to make this active, but just for now I'll just go here, and then I'll just change this. I'll just go here, and then I'll remove this, and then I'll just give it a profile, and it will ask us where we want to go. I'll just say there, and then it will also ask where we want to go, and then we want to go to profile, and this is definitely not active. So now if I refresh, okay, we have this broken, but that should take us to dashboard, and that should take us to profile, and at the moment nothing is active, but we can do that actually dynamically. So there is a way in router link, so we can actually check get params, or we can even get the path, and then with the path we can say whether that includes this, or whether that includes full path profile, and then we can dynamically here put active and then give it a CSS. But that is something I'm not going to do here. However, there is one more thing we need to do. Whenever we finish updating, we want actually this to update and then go back, so change the state. And I guess that is something we can go here, and then instead of doing this update here, I'm just thinking what we can do. Okay, so I can actually make this async and then do something like this here. Not sure if that will work, but something like here. And then after that we can do set age editing false. I guess we can do that. I guess so. Let's try. So let's give here one update, and yes, we have this, and that is updated. That's perfect. And we can also play around and we can edit, and then we can update. And let's try to have some dog image. I'll just copy this image address from here, and I will put that here. I will update, and you can see our profile picture is also uploaded. Obviously in future I will also make more videos, and the video will contain that you can click this and then you can actually upload a picture in some place, some folder, and then it will give you that URL, and that URL will be saved instead of this kind of dynamic URL. However, now we have this kind of cool way. So if we want to change this to, for example, this dog here, then actually let's just go here and then let's go to this dog, or I don't know, this one. Sorry, I'm just clicking some random here. This looks good. Let's just take it from here. Let's go here and let's update, and we have this. All right, so this sums up our this whole profile page full stack. So now you know how to set up API, how to set up MobX store, how to do all these kind of things, and then also a lot of challenges that you saw. And then finally this is working pretty good, and the same logic actually can also go to password. So if we wanted password, we can actually easily do this. It's actually super simple. A couple of things you need to do is already from here, from the backend, instead of just doing avatar, you can also do in the get user here, you can also pass, for example, password, and then you need to do a couple of mechanism, or actually we don't need a password from here. We can only do the password there, and then when you update it, we need to do the same hashing that we were doing earlier. So we have to do this kind of create hash, and then it will update. All right, that was a very long video, and I hope you enjoyed every piece of it. It took me pretty long time to do all this entire project, and I hope you will like it and it will be beneficial for your full stack or front-end development learning journey. If you agree, if you are still here, if you are still listening this, if you are still watching this, then give a video thumbs up, and if you haven't subscribed my channel already, subscribe my channel. I will definitely catch you in next video. Until then, keep coding. Bye bye.